Chapter 794. In the shattered cauldron realm, spring snow swept across the land. The entire Lingdong province was shrouded in a curtain of snow. The northern wind whistled and danced, bringing with it the fluttering snow that hit the sturdy newly built city walls of Winter Frost City. Tuck, 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 the sound of hooves could be heard in the curtain of snow. A man raised the purple Inghua flag and said loudly, "The 1st and 2nd battalions of the Imperial Guards have arrived and requested to enter Winter Frost City. This is our vanguard token." A small door was opened under the city, and the token was accepted. Soon after, the door slowly opened, and cavalrymen wrapped in leather robes appeared from the falling snow and entered the city. Above the city wall, the veteran Zhou Han was smoking a pipe. He tilted his head and tilted the pipe so that it wouldn't be extinguished by the falling snow. As he smoked, clouds of smoke drifted in the air and mixed with the snow. "Sergeant, this is the 7th day. There are troops of the Empire entering Winter Frost City every day. Is there really going to be a war?" A new recruit rubbed his hands and looked up at the sky. Large flakes of snow fell on his face. He couldn't help but complain, "What kind of weather is this? Why is it snowing so heavily? I wonder how many crops will be frozen to death." Zhou Han smiled, and the wrinkles on his face moved up and down along with his smile. He said, "I don't know if a war will break out, but the news regarding the celestial pole continent has been spreading like wildfire. Who doesn't know that there's another continent on the other side of the Eastern Sea? There are 3 powerful countries on that continent, and the enemy is strong while we're weak. I believe that Prince Xian and Prince Zhong must have mobilized their armies into Winterfrost City to fend off the enemy." The young recruit looked excited. He sat up and said, "Sergeant, I heard that the Zetian Palace wants to make our Winterfrost City the eastern capital. Is it true?" "It's true." "Then, if the eastern capital is made, we, the soldiers who have been guarding Winter Frost City for 5 years, should be able to get some benefits." "What benefits can there be?" "At most, you will get 3 to 5 copper coins more every month." "How much more do you think you can get?" Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and said, "But the eastern capital is only used to defend against the enemy. If I have a choice, I'd rather go back to Lanyan City and guard the warehouse outside the city." The new recruit was stunned. "Why?" "At least that way, we will be one step closer to death." The old recruit continued smoking. It was at this moment a soldier's shout came from somewhere in the inner city, "Duke Wei is here to patrol the garrison." The veteran hurriedly patted the tobacco leaves in his tobacco pot onto the snowy ground. He led a group of soldiers to stand up with cold halberds in their hands. Each of them puffed out their chests and stood ramrod straight. Snow fell on their helmets and shoulders, but no one moved an inch. Duke Wei Qiu was the commander of the entire Dragon Courage Battalion and the highest general who defeated the demons in the end. In the hearts of the Empire's soldiers, this Duke Wei had long since become a heroic existence. On. Amidst the sound of stepping on snow, a group of people walked over from the snow screen in the distance. The person wearing the Duke's cloak was Wei Qiu, and behind him was a group of vice-commanders and captains. "Greetings, Commander." The soldiers all knelt on one knee. Since the main force of the Longdan army camp was transferred back from the 8 wastelands, the defense of Winter Frost City was done by the Longdan army camp. This was also the intention of Feng Jixing and Tang Xiaoxi. Wei Qiu put his hand on the hilt of the sword on his waist and nodded to the soldiers. "Rise." Everyone stood up. Wei Qiu breathed out hot air, looked at everyone's frozen red faces, frowned, and said, "Ah Shua, inform the military supplies department, for every soldier defending the city, give them an extra cotton coat." "Yes, Commander." Situ Shue nodded. At the side, Situ Sen's lips curled up. He looked outside the city and said, "I wonder when His Highness Prince Qin will return. Recently, ships from the celestial pole continent have been approaching the coast, but His Highness still hasn't appeared. Even Prince Xian, Prince Zhong, and Princess Xi have come to Winter Frost City, but he still hasn't returned. I really don't know how long he will delay. Wei Chou smiled. His Highness naturally has his reasons for staying in the celestial pole continent. General Sun, there's no need to be anxious. Recently, ships from the celestial pole continent have been appearing more and more frequently. I think His Highness should be returning soon. Situ Shui frowned and said, it's just that they're all merchant ships, using the pretense of coming to our port to do business. Maybe they're just a group of spies. Wei Chou nodded. All the foreign merchant ships that approach the Empire's port are detained. We'd rather spend food to feed these merchants than let them send back information about our garrison. In my opinion, why don't we? Situ Sun made a chopping gesture and said, let's just chop them down. It's better to save food for ourselves. It's already the beginning of spring, and it's still snowing. It's destined that the harvest won't be too good. We don't know how long this war will last. Wei Chou smiled and shook his head. That won't do. We haven't really declared war with the celestial pole continent yet. If we kill their merchants, it'll be easy for them to gossip. It's better to be steady and wait for His Highness to return from the celestial pole continent before making a decision. Then are we just going to do nothing now? Situ Sun clenched his teeth. He was a typical pro-war person. Bai Yin also said, that's right. We can't just sit by and do nothing. We have to have a countermeasure. I know. Wei Chou muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Prince Xian Feng Jixing said yesterday that we should send out small-scale warships to set up our maritime defense line. Once foreign merchant ships come, we'll immediately shoot back with arrows. If the warning is ineffective, we'll just blast them with the demonic crystal cannons. These are what Feng Jixing said after he was drunk. What do you guys think? His Highness Prince Xian might have had too much to drink. Situ Shui smiled. Wouldn't it give the celestial pole continent an even greater reason to start a war with the celestial pole continent? Moreover, our weapons, warships, and provisions aren't fully prepared yet. If we were to start a war in a hurry, it'll probably be very disadvantageous for us. After all, there are over 1,000 dragon knights in the celestial pole continent. If over 1,000 dragon knights were to launch an attack from the air, there's no way we'll be able to fend them off. That's right. We still need more time. Wei Chou looked at the snow in the east with a clear gaze and said, this is especially so for the warships. The imperial capital's newly built flying ships are still on the Daojiang River and have yet to arrive. We'll have to wait for close to a month before we start a war. Otherwise, we'll definitely face a crushing defeat. Also, he raised his head to look at the sky, sighed, and said, this snow is too vicious. Our Empire's army isn't good at fighting in the snow, especially the demonic crystal cannons. The firing mechanism of the energy crystals is easily affected by the accumulated snow, causing it to lose its effectiveness. When His Highness Prince Qin was around, the demonic crystal cannons would always be used in sunny weather. With the current weather, we should try our best to avoid a battle. That does seem to be the case. Situ Sun nodded, reached out to pat Wei Chou's shoulder, and said, how's your cultivation of that ghost god divinity that His Excellency gave you before he left? I've made some progress. Wei Chou smiled. Come, let us take a look. Wei Chou walked to the wall, away from the line of sight of a group of soldiers, and suddenly opened his palm. Instantly, a faint purple light rose from his palm, filled with dense ghost god energy. This was the energy that he had absorbed from the ghost god divinity. Back then, Lin Muyu had used the treasure cauldron to help him cultivate the ghost god divinity, and now, Wei Chou had cultivated the ghost god energy to 10 times its original strength. Oh my, Situ Sun was speechless, and he said, your cultivation is not bad. You're already in the Holy King realm, right? Wei Chou nodded. After cultivating the ghost god energy, my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and now I'm at the peak of the Holy King realm. Moreover, Lord Chu Chu often teaches me, so with Princess Xi's help in guiding and refining my ghost god energy, I should be able to step into the godly state within half a year. Situ Sun took a deep breath, and he said, "She's practically their own child, why don't I see them pointing at me?" Wei Chou smiled. "Princess, she said that she wants to point at you, but you're cultivating the same astral tactics as Lord Chu Chu, and she knows nothing about it, so it's better to wait for Lord Chu Chu to come back." That's the only way. At this moment, from the east of the city, another figure walked over. It was a man in a dark green cloak. Winterfrost City had been under martial law for a long time, and during the period when the Imperial Army was stationed here, no one was allowed to enter or leave the city, be it merchants or pedestrians. The appearance of this man surprised the soldiers on the city wall. "Who is it?" Zhou Han, the veteran soldier, raised his hands and shouted at the man in the distance. The man did not speak, but continued to walk toward the city gate. "Archers!" Zhou Han shouted, "Winterfrost City has been under martial law, and no one is allowed to enter before 4 months. Hurry up and leave, if you don't speak, we'll shoot you." The person walked in the snow, his footsteps unsteady. After coming to a stop, he lifted the furry cloak on his head, revealing a handsome face. He looked up at the people on the city wall, smiled, and said, "Is there anyone in the Longdan army camp who doesn't know me?" Zhou Han trembled. King Qin." "What?" Wei Chou, Situ Sen, Situ Shui, and Bai Yin ran to the edge of the battlement. Looking down, the person standing in the snow was none other than Lin Muyu. "It's really Lord Chu Chu." "Ha ha ha, Lord Chu Chu is back." The 4 of them rushed down from the city wall almost at the same time. Originally, the 4 of them were walking side by side, but when they got close to Lin Muyu, the 3 of them stopped and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Your Highness." Only Situ Shui threw herself into Lin Muyu's arms, buried her face in his weathered neck, and smiled, "Your Highness, you're finally back." Lin Muyu was a little embarrassed. "Ah Shui, long time no see." Blushing, Situ Shui stepped back and knelt on one knee beside her brother. "Greetings, Your Highness, Situ Shui." "Get up, all of you." Lin Muyu raised her eyebrows. "I heard that Brother Feng, Ah Yan, and Xiaoxi are all in Winterfrost City." "Yes." Wei Chou nodded. "The Empire has decided to set the eastern capital at Winterfrost City, so everyone is here." "Great, bring me to them." "Yes." Chapter 795. The guards brought over a warhorse, and Lin Muyu got on it. She entered Winterfrost City under the escort of Situ Sen, Wei Chou, and the others. The snow was falling like feathers, and there were very few people on the streets. Everyone was very quiet. Other than the sound of the horses' hooves and the snow falling on the cloaks, there were almost no other sounds. Lin Muyu looked at the 2 sides of the street. The doors of the noodle shops were tightly shut, and the taverns were all closed for business. Everything seemed to be different from before. From afar, she could see groups of Longdan army camp patrolling the city with long spears in their hands. "What's going on?" he asked. Wei Chou knew what he wanted to ask. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Ever since the decision was made to make Winterfrost City the eastern capital, the Empire's army has moved into Winterfrost City in large numbers. Now, there are 1 million citizens in Winterfrost City, and the army has exceeded 400,000 soldiers. Therefore, in order to save on food, Prince Xian Feng Jixing ordered the closure of the taverns, restaurants, and the like. In order to prepare for war, everyone in the city has to live frugally." "Oh," Lin Muyu nodded and said, "That's not wrong. It's just that the people in the city are going to suffer. There's nothing we can do about it." Wei Chou looked at the sky and said, "This snow is like a nightmare, catching us off guard. Most of the rations in various places have been blocked by the snow, and very soon, our rations will be very tight. We can only hope that this snow will stop soon. However, even if the snow stops, after the snow melts, the ground in Lingdong province will be muddy, and it will be very difficult for the vehicles transporting rations to pass through. Sai, Big Brother Feng, Xiaoxi, and Chu are all at the divine realm. Why don't they use the ability to summon wind and rain to stop this snow? General Feng hasn't obtained this ability yet. Princess She has the fire laws and tried once but failed. Chu isn't willing to do things that go against the laws of nature, so, it's fine. Let me handle this. Lin Muyu took a deep breath, and the sovereign lattice in his high trembled slightly. Rays of golden light enveloped his body, and he suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the sky. With a whoosh, an ice elemental law bead shot into the sky, and the golden light shot into the dark clouds like a sharp arrow. The next moment, a golden wave rushed down from the sky. The dark clouds parted, and a brilliant ray of sunlight shone on the ground. Immediately afterward, the heavy snow stopped. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been cut open, and they continued to spread and recede. Before long, the whole of Winterfrost City was bathed in the setting sun. Oh my god! Is this the power of a god? Situ-san was dumbfounded. The residents on both sides of the road also walked out of their houses and looked at the changes in the sky in astonishment. This was a spectacle they had never seen in their lives. Lin Muyu's divine power was like a tinder, burning away the clouds like black cloth, and returning the sky to a cloudless sky. Moreover, the tinder did not stop, and it continued to spread around Winterfrost City. Perhaps half of Winter Ridge Province would be sunny again. Bam! Pa pa! A few rays of purple light bloomed on the snowy ground at the side. It was the effect of breaking through the void. Lin Muyu did not even need to think to know who it was. She must have activated her divine power and alerted the few deity-level experts in the city. He dismounted from the horse, and a beautiful figure descended from the space crack not far ahead. It was Tang Xiaoxi. Moo! She was overjoyed and sprinted towards Lin Muyu. However, she stopped when she was less than 2 meters away from Lin Muyu. Every day, she would miss Lin Muyu so much that she was at a loss as to what to do when they were about to meet. Lin Muyu opened her arms and hugged Tang Xiaoxi tightly. Tang Xiaoxi's eyes were red. She didn't need to say anything. Cough, cough, behind her, Feng Jixing and Ouyang Yan coughed. Lin Muyu let go of Tang Xiaoxi and turned around with a smile. Brother Feng, Ouyang. Ouyang Yan chuckled. Lord Chu Chu and Miss Chu Yao asked us to come and welcome you. Did you dispel the snow just now? Feng Jixing asked. Yes. Lin Muyu glanced at Feng Jixing and immediately knew his current cultivation. She smiled and said, "Congratulations to Brother Feng for stepping into the 17th level of Heavenly Abode." Ha, what are you talking about? Feng Jixing stepped forward and patted Lin Muyu's arm. Let's go. Good wine and delicious food have been prepared for you. When we go back, let's drink until we are drunk. Also, tell us in detail about the celestial pole continent. Yes. The group passed through a few streets. The Eastern Capital Palace wasn't built on King Qin's residence. According to Feng Jixing and Tang Xiaoxi's wishes, King Qin's residence was Lin Muyu's residence and no one had touched it. Therefore, the Eastern Capital Palace was built on top of a wealthy merchant's residence. This residence spanned nearly 3 miles and was considered very luxurious. With a little renovation, it could be used as a temporary Eastern Capital Palace. In reality, its most important function was to serve as the highest military command center of the Great Qin Empire. The palace was a little shabby. One of the pavilions had even collapsed due to the heavy snow. A group of soldiers were hurriedly cleaning it. After being separated for so long, Chu Yao's complexion seemed even better than before. As her cultivation base rose, her temperament became more elegant. She was wearing the robes of the Spirit Medicine Department's head attendant, looking extremely beautiful. Sister Chu Yao. Lin Muyu smiled brightly. Chu Yao also chuckled, "Ah, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, someone of ours would miss you so much that he would tear the tiles off the roof." Ah? Who? What do you think? Tang Xiaoxi's face was already red. She pouted. Sister Chu Yao only knows how to make fun of me. Lin Muyu smiled. She stepped forward and bowed to Chu Chu. Lin Muyu pays respect to teacher. No need to be so polite. Chu Chu stroked his beard and smiled. You are the Qin emperor, and I am just an old man who has nothing to do. You don't have to bow to me. Let's go in. It's too cold outside. The main hall was the original master's hall, and it was considered quite big. However, it was clearly a little shabby to be used as the empire's highest command center's meeting hall. After all, there were over 100 people who were commanders and captaincy-level commanders. Such a place was obviously too crowded. Lin Muyu knew that everyone had put in a lot of effort. She held on to Tang Xiaoxi's soft and warm hand and walked in. She asked gently, Xiaoxi, how many people are staying in this temporary imperial residence? So many people. Tang Xiaoxi blinked and said, Prince Xian, Prince Zhong, me, and the commanders of all the major armies are staying here. There are over 70 rooms in the backyard of this residence. Lin Muyu couldn't help but smile. You and Sister Chu Yao can stay with me in Prince Qin's residence. It's more comfortable there, and it's not far. Tang Xiaoxi's face was red. She said gently, all right. Situ-san grinned. I want to stay too, go and scram back to the barracks. Yes, Your Highness. I will do as you say. Everyone burst into laughter. The banquet was quite sumptuous, and there weren't many people. The three kings had gathered, but it wasn't too extravagant. It was just a group of people sitting around a table. After 3 rounds of wine, Feng Jixing said, all right, you can tell us about the celestial pole continent. Lin Muyu nodded. The celestial pole continent is divided into 3 great empires. Among them, the Tianji Empire has the strongest military, the Celestial Empire has the most population, and the Blackstone Empire is the weakest. The 3 empires keep each other in check. The Tianji Empire and the Celestial Empire have an old feud, while the Blackstone Empire is content in its own corner. Therefore, the main thing I've been doing in the Celestial Pole continent during this period of time is to sow discord between the Tianji Empire and the Celestial Empire. As long as the Celestial Empire keeps in check, the Tianji Empire won't send all of its military forces to our Shattered Cauldron realm. If the Tianji Empire only sends out less than half of its military forces, we'll still have a chance. What about the Blackstone Empire? Feng Jixing pondered deeply for a moment. In the recent half a month, we've seen many traces of the Darkstone Empire's ships in the coastal area of our east coast. They seem to be even more anxious about this war than the Tianji Empire. Lin Muyu nodded. The Blackstone Empire has a small population, and its army is very small. The entire country tends to be militaristic. They really need a war to expand their territory. What is the strength of the Blackstone Empire? Asked Wei Chou. Lin Muyu nodded and looked at Silver Sire on the table, saying, although the Blackstone Empire is the weakest of the 3 empires, it also has 500,000 regular troops, more than 100 dragon knights, and more than 20,000 beast riders. In addition, the Thunder Flame sect, which they regard as a holy sect, also has more than 50,000 disciples. Its strength cannot be underestimated. Besides that, the Darkstone Empire advocates martial strength, and if nothing unexpected happens, their emperor will surely recruit mercenary groups to serve the empire. At that time, I'm afraid it won't just be 500,000 regular troops that we're facing. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chu Chu muttered to himself, looks like our great Qin won't be able to avoid this calamity no matter what. Yeah, I didn't think about hiding. Lin Muyu looked at a group of friends, subordinates, and relatives and said, if they want to fight, we will fight. We can't be weak in this war. We can't retreat. Otherwise, we will be defeated again and again. Feng Jixing and Qin Yan nodded at the same time. Basically, the 3 kings had reached a consensus at this point. How is the distribution of our troops? Asked Lin Muyu. Feng Jixing said, there are close to 350,000 soldiers stationed in the city of Winterfrost. In addition, there are 100,000 soldiers stationed in the Tongtian province and Lingdong province. There are close to 400,000 soldiers stationed in the coastal towns of the Tongtian province and Lingdong province. Together with the soldiers from the Linkhong province, we will be deploying close to 1 million soldiers. Also, Princess Shi has already ordered for the demons in the Endless Forest to be mobilized. There should be close to 200,000 demons assisting in the battle. Lin Muyu nodded. Shao Shi, come with me to the East Coast tomorrow to patrol. Maybe the Tianji Empire will make a move in advance. Okay. Also. Lin Muyu glanced at everyone and said, Chu, Brother Feng, Ah Yan, Sister Chu Yao, Ouyang, Wei Chou, and Situ Sen, follow me back to King Qin's mansion after the dinner. I have one more thing to say. Chapter 796. Nighttime, King Qin's manor. Crash, Lin Muyu poured the pile of demon spirit stones in her Qiankuan bag onto the white cloth on the table. Instantly, it shone brightly, and the unique radiance of demon spirit stones flickered in the room. This is... Feng Jixing was stunned. This is called demon spirit stones. Lin Muyu pondered for a moment, sorted out her thoughts, and explained, there are spirit beasts in the Shattered Cauldron Realm continent that produce spirit stones and wild beast spirits to help cultivators increase their cultivation. In the Celestial Pole continent, there are not only spirit beasts, but also demon spirits. The demon spirits absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into demonic energy, which then produces demon spirit stones. The great difference between demon spirit stones and spirit stones is that spirit stones can only absorb a large amount of energy when a cultivator is breaking through, but demon spirit stones don't have such a restriction. One can refine demon spirit stones at any time and absorb the spiritual energy within to cultivate. This is also the reason why the number of deity realm experts in the Celestial Pole continent is tens of times more than ours. Are demon spirit stones really so magical? Feng Jixing picked up a demon spirit stone and stared at it with his eyes wide open. Yes. Lin Muyu continued, demon spirit stones are very rare. In the 3 empires of the Celestial Pole continent, it's a treasure that can't be bought or sold. Only those nobles have the opportunity to refine demon spirit stones. Then how did you get such a large pile of demon spirit stones? Asked Tang Xiaoxi. Lin Muyu blushed. It's a long story. In short, I got so much by deceiving and abducting. Then, I took away the treasures in the Pishio mercenary group's lair and got all the demon spirit stones. As he spoke, he shook his Qiankuan bag again, scattering the demon spirit stones all over the table. As he spoke, he shook his cosmos sack and scattered the demon spirit stones all over the table. He said, look, every demon spirit stone is different. They are classified according to the color. Only a demon spirit stone with one color is a first-class demon spirit stone, which can only be produced by a demon emperor. Don't look, there aren't any here. I am not a match for a demon emperor at all. 2 colors are demon king's demon spirit stones. There are a few here. 3 colors are demon venerable, 3rd class is demon spirit stone, and so on. As he spoke, Lin Muyu held up a handful of demon spirit stones and said to Chu, give it a try. The demon spirit stones are very powerful and can make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Chu muttered, you guys use it. Grandpa's law of cultivation is the natural law of heaven. If it's not necessary, I won't kill. This kind of demon spirit stone is condensed in the body of a spirit beast. Grandpa has his own law of heaven. Don't worry about me. Lin Muyu didn't force him. Chu's personality had always been like this, but it was also because of this personality that Chu's cultivation had always been one step faster than others. Wei Chou was a little excited. Madam, are you saying that everyone who came here today has a share of demon spirit stones? Lin Muyu nodded and said, there are a total of 3 Demon King demon spirit stones. There are also a few demon venerable demon spirit stones. Most of them are 4th class and 5th class demon spirit stones. Take as you see fit. Don't be too greedy. After refining 1 demon spirit stone, it usually takes half a month to completely absorb and refine the new energy. So, taking more is useless. Thank you, madam. Wei Chou smiled. Prince Xian should take it first. I take it first. Feng Jixing was a little excited. If I take too much, don't say that I'm greedy. Oh, okay. Feng Jixing indeed didn't take much. He only took 1 Demon King Demon Spirit Stone, 1 Demon Venerable Demon Spirit Stone, and a few 4th-class Demon Spirit Stones. After that, it was Tang Xiaoxi's turn to choose. She took about the same amount as Feng Jixing. After that, it was Qin Yan, Chu Yao, Ouyang Yan, Wei Chou, Situ Sen, and the others. Even Situ Shui was given a few 5th-class Demon Spirit Stones. With her cultivation level, Demon Spirit Stones were very beneficial to her. After everyone had finished distributing the Demon Spirit Stones, Lin Muyu kept the remaining Demon Spirit Stones. These Demon Spirit Stones could be used for cultivation. Everyone, don't go back tonight. Lin Muyu said, I have already instructed the servants to prepare the rooms. You guys can stay in Prince Qin's mansion. It will also be good for you guys to compare notes on the effects and process of refining Demon Spirit Stones. General Sun, I still have to check on your astral arts cultivation progress. Yes, thank you, madam. Situ Sun was very excited. Whether he could step into the God state or not, it would depend on how much effort Lin Muyu would spend to nurture him. At night, everyone went back to their respective rooms to refine Demon Spirit Stones. Lin Muyu brought Tang Xiaoxi along to watch Situ Sen practice the astral arts in the martial arts hall. Situ Sen's talent was very high. He only needed a few words from Lin Muyu to understand. Mu, what's going on with the Pishio mercenary group? Tang Xiaoxi suddenly asked while both of them were leaning against the railing. It's one of the 3 big mercenary groups of the Blackstone Empire. I killed their leader and made Lu Bai the leader. Si Kongyao stayed behind to assist him. I rebuilt the Pishio mercenary group and used it as a spy that we left in the Celestial Pole continent. Oh, right, I changed the name of the group. It's not called the Pishio mercenary group anymore. It's called the Bai Zhe mercenary group. Why? The name sounds nice. Oh, okay. Tang Xiaoxi was silent. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Lin Muyu saw that she was a little abnormal. That. Tang Xiaoxi stammered for a long time before asking, Si Kongyao. You wouldn't, Lin Muyu suddenly understood. She couldn't help but hold her little hand and said, What are you thinking? Si Kongyao and I are just siblings. It's not like what you're thinking. I swear that in this life, there are only 2 people who can really make me fall in love. One is you, and the other is Xiao Yin. If there's a 3rd person, then curse me. Curse what? Tang Xiaoxi tilted her head and smiled lightly. Curse me to be impotent for the rest of my life, don't. Tang Xiaoxi pouted. That won't do me any good. Lin Muyu couldn't help but smile. Okay, let's get down to business. I still have a small gift for you. What is it? Lin Muyu reached into her arms and took out a small cloth bag. After opening it, she saw a complete godhead emitting a faint luster. Wow, a complete godhead of the law of fire. Yes, this is LV Feng's godhead. He failed to assassinate Lu Bai and was killed by me. Although this godhead is just a mortal's godhead, its cultivation is very high. It must be of great benefit to Xiaoxi's cultivation. You should refine it tonight with a venerable demon spirit stone to replenish your strength. At least you can break through to the next cave heaven. Really? I won't lie to you. You'll know after you try. Tang Xiaoxi was overjoyed and threw herself into Lin Muyu's arms. Hey, not far away, Situ-san grinned and said, don't just think about love. Your Highness, can you check if there are any other flaws in my star tactics so that I can correct them? Basically, they are all flaws. Lin Muyu said, General Sun, don't sleep tonight. Stay in the courtyard and watch the moonlight. Why? What did I do wrong? Your Highness wants to torture me like this. Idiot, I asked you to watch the moonlight in the courtyard because the moonlight contains the power of Een. If you can see through the coldness in the moonlight and starlight and use it for your own use, you will naturally be able to cultivate the fifth heaven of the star tactics, Jade Snow Frost. Ah! Situ-san was overjoyed. Your Highness, are you saying that I have a chance to master the powerful Jade Snow Frost? Of course. Cultivate well and follow the mental cultivation method I gave you. Yes. Your Highness, please take Princess Shi back to her room to rest. I can't hear anything, he. Lin Muyu was indeed going to take Tang Xiaoxi back to her room, but what she was going to do was different from what Situ-san had expected. She was going to help Tang Xiaoxi continue to improve her cultivation. After all, her godhead had already broken through to the heavenly Tao godhead. With her aptitude and the nine-tailed demon fox's innate potential, as long as she cultivated properly, her godhead would definitely continue to break through. It might even become the caste immortal godhead or the over-god godhead. Refining the godhead and absorbing the demon spirit stones was not an easy task. She needed someone to protect her. To Tang Xiaoxi, the best person to protect her was naturally Lin Muyu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Balls of scarlet flames revolved in Tang Xiaoxi's palms. She and Lin Muyu sat opposite each other on the cattail hassock on the floor of the room. Their palms were round and the flames revolved. LV Feng's fire godhead was at the core of the flames. With Tang Xiaoxi's cultivation, she no longer needed to use Lin Muyu's crafting cauldron to refine the godhead. Lin Muyu was not idle either. Tonight, while helping Tang Xiaoxi to break through, she also refined a demon spirit stone to absorb divine energy. It had been a long time since she last broke through. It was time for her next breakthrough. Ah! Wisps of golden flames surrounded Tang Xiaoxi's delicate body. She liked the fiery energy very much. She could not help but raise her long neck and exhale a breath of fire. The process of refining LV Feng's godhead seemed to be very smooth. Lin Muyu calmly sat on the floor with her right hand hanging down. A demon spirit stone was slowly jumping in her left palm. It was like spinning silk from a cocoon, turning each grain of spiritual energy into her own. Not long after, Tang Xiaoxi's body suddenly trembled. It was the counterattack of the godhead. In the vigorous flames, a burly man rushed over and roared, "Don't even think of killing me. I, LV Feng, will not sit still and wait for death. I will kill you, you little whore." Tang Xiaoxi hated it the most when people scolded her like this. She raised her eyebrows and countless flames rushed out from her surroundings. Even the faint image of a nine-tailed demon fox appeared above her head. Suddenly, the trace of spiritual sense contained in LV Feng's godhead was instantly dispersed. It was refined in the blink of an eye. After an unknown period of time, Lin Muyu also exhaled a breath of turbid air. The power in her body surged and expanded. It was time. She urged the power and began to attack the divine energy Xian gate in her Qi Si. Everything was going smoothly. When Lin Muyu broke through to the 23rd level Grotto Heaven, Tang Xiaoxi also stepped into the 22nd level Grotto Heaven with a face full of joy. So tired, her face was full of exhaustion. She crawled forward and rested on Lin Muyu's lap. A sweet smile hung on the corner of her mouth. "I'm going to sleep first. Do you want to continue cultivating?" Lin Muyu gently stroked her shoulder. "Go to sleep. I will also close my eyes and rest for a while. We still have to go to the sea in the morning." N. Tang Xiaoxi closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 797. Tear apart the darkness with your thunderbolts. Otherwise, die. The instructor's cruel laughter echoed in the training field of the Western Divine Realm. Do you think you can gain the respect of the world just because you come from the major families? Ha ha ha, stop dreaming. This is the training field, the final destination of the proud gods. In the air, the instructor waved his whip. As the whip flashed, a bolt of lightning bloomed in the air. Below, In the sealed space of the training field, the participants were trying their best to control the ability to summon wind and rain. Dark clouds covered the sky, and bolts of lightning crazily crashed into the secret rooms. However, every secret room seemed to be covered by a layer of energy barrier. In the raging wind, Vice Dean Li Fei crossed her arms and stepped on the void. Her short cloak fluttered in the wind. She squinted her beautiful eyes and looked at the densely packed secret rooms in the training field. She said, "How many people are left?" "There are 42 people left." Kulun said respectfully, "Lady Li Fei, only 42 people have stepped into the 20th level of Grotto Heaven. Terlin, Sheen, and Lake each made a breakthrough 2 days ago." "Not bad." Li Fei said calmly, "Pass down my order. The last person to walk out of the secret room will be punished." "What kind of punishment?" "Death." Kulun's body trembled. "Yes, I understand." Holding the whip, Kulun flew in the air above the training field. He gathered his divine power in his voice and said, "All participants, please take note. Please break out of the secret room as soon as possible. The last person to walk out of the secret room will be severely punished with death." Trash is not qualified to become a member of the Divine Realm's training field. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The barrier of one of the secret rooms suddenly exploded. A beautiful woman stood in the air with a cloud of smoke. It was Dora. As expected, she was the first to pass the test. Humph. Although Dora came from a plane that lacked resources, the pride in her heart seemed to be above that of the descendants of the various great families in the immortal realm. She looked at the other sealed rooms behind her, and only relaxed after confirming that she was the first person to pass the test. However, in less than 10 seconds, there was another explosion, and the second person who passed the test appeared. In the strong wind, a petite figure walked on the wind. Sheen. Dora looked coldly at Sheen. When the two of them brushed past each other, Dora lowered her voice and smiled faintly. "You're not bad." "Oh, is that so?" Sheen was indescribably calm. "But you better be careful. I can only get first place in this chosen of God trial. If necessary, I won't hesitate to kill you. I hope you understand this." Dora sneered. The corners of her lips curled into a sinister smile that didn't match her age at all. Sheen walked straight to the vice principal and Kulun and said softly, "Don't be too full of yourself." Dora's gaze was cold, but she didn't say anything else. It wasn't her habit to talk too much. Not long after, Terlin, Lake, Luo Pei, Zhou Shimin, and the others all passed the test. Li Fei floated in the air, holding a notebook in her hand. She took out a pen and recorded on it. She smiled and said, "You'll get points according to your ranking. The first 3 places, Dora, Sheen, and Terlin, will get 10 points. The 4th to 7th places will get 5 points. The first 15 places will get 3 points. Currently, the first place in the Chosen of God trial is still Dora." As she spoke, she looked deeply at the crowd and said, "Do your best." "Yes, Vice Principal." The group of students also learned to be respectful through the trials. No matter where they came from, or what great family they came from, as long as they entered the trial grounds, they would only be a simple participant. If they did something wrong, they would still be severely punished. Every day, there would be people who were beaten until their flesh was lacerated, and there would even be people who died every day. Out of the 221 people who had entered, only 42 were left. Sheen remembered very clearly that many people had been eliminated on the first day. However, the true difficulty was the black coffins. Even now, there were still 94 people who remained in the black coffins until they broke through. Perhaps many people would die in the black coffins. Of course, this was excluding the children of the great families. Most of these families were located in the faraway borders of the star domain, guarding dozens, or even hundreds of planes. There were countless powerhouses at the level of angels, and the children of these families were naturally exempt from the trial grounds. After all, the ruler Claude also needed their support, so he couldn't afford to offend them. This was the 6th day of the chosen by God trial. Just the day before, Yin had personally witnessed 3 students being killed by the instructor during their fight. The bloody scene was still vivid in her mind, and it was still fresh in her mind. She couldn't die. She had to live, to remember who she was. This was the only thing she wanted to do. She knew that someone was waiting for her in the distance. Although she had already forgotten everything, even the person waiting for her, she was certain. Yin. Vice Dean Li Fei's voice came from the air. She looked disdainfully at Yin coldly and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yin said respectfully, "Nothing, Vice Dean." "Humph. Come with me. I have something to tell you." "Yes, Vice Dean." Yin leaped up and followed Li Fei out of the trial grounds. Li Fei flew straight towards the instructor's dormitory. A circular building appeared in the distance. This was Li Fei's living quarters. Creak, the wooden door slowly opened. A faint fragrance came from inside. Li Fei was the most beautiful woman among the instructors in the trial grounds. She was also the goddess in the eyes of most male instructors. She maintained a very particular lifestyle. Her living quarters were elegant and clean. However, none of the instructors in the trial grounds dared to approach Li Fei. This was because she had another nickname, Sweet Thorn. As the Vice Dean and a God Emperor-level Radiant Angel, ordinary gods were not qualified to approach her. "Come in." After Li Fei walked into the room, she revealed a lazy expression. She kicked off her leather boots and stepped barefoot on the floor. She smiled and said, "Yin, I have something a friend asked me to give to you." "Oh." Yin was surprised. Li Fei was holding something wrapped in cloth. After unwrapping it, it was a stone with a dense spiritual light. Radiant primordial stone. Yin was stunned. "That's right, it's a radiant primordial stone. A radiant primordial stone that has been preserved for nearly 7,000 years. Li Fei smiled. "Yin asked me to give this to you. She can't enter the trial grounds during the trial, so she asked me to give this radiant primordial stone that she has preserved for many years to you. She hopes that this radiant primordial stone will allow you to break through in a short period of time. According to the classification of power, you should be at the 37th stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. However, I believe that you also know that you still have a lot of potential that hasn't been stimulated. Therefore, I hope that after you refine this radiant primordial stone, you will be able to step into the 40th stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. That way, you won't be killed by Duo La." Yin was surprised. Li Fei seemed to know what she was thinking. "What do you think the God's chosen trial is?" "It's just a competition where the weak are prey to the strong. In order to become the final victor, everyone will do anything. They will give up the dignity and nature of gods and kill each other, especially Duo La." As she said this, Li Fei sighed. The plane that Duo La came from is a barren plane, a plane that has been destroyed. The nuclear war has left that plane without any life. Duo La survived the radiation and pollution. Her family has all died. Now, there is only hatred and killing in Duo La's heart. She wants to step on everyone's corpses and step onto the peak of the strong. And you, in this God's chosen trial, are the only person that can keep her in check. Do you understand?" Yin was silent. "It doesn't matter if you understand or not. In any case, you can't be killed by her. Otherwise, you will fail to live up to the expectations that Lady Yin has for you." Li Fei stood up, straightened her chair, and said, "You can cultivate here. Refine this radiant origin stone first. 2 days from now is the final trial. Your opponents are the ancient demons. You must survive and participate in the final God's chosen trial." Yin held the radiant origin stone and finally spoke, Why do you want to help me?" "Help you?" Li Fei suddenly smiled. "Don't misunderstand. The one who truly wants to help you is Yin. I don't want to help you. To me, the God's chosen trial is nothing more than a once-in-a-century tradition. I'm just an executor. Thank you." No need to thank me. Li Fei began to take off her stockings. Hurry up and cultivate. I hope I won't disturb you. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Sheen finished refining the radiant origin stone and opened his eyes, Li Fei smiled. As expected, your comprehension of the law of light is extraordinary. This is too surprising. In 2 days, you broke through 3 realms and entered the 40th heavenly abode. I think, there shouldn't be a second person in the world who can do this, right? Sheen stood up and respectfully bowed. Thank you. I already said, no need to thank me. Li Fei put on her cloak and boots and said, let's go to the trial field. Today is the day you challenge the evil beasts. Remember, if you survive, you will be the one who used up 2 radiant origin stones. If you die, the Western Divine Realm will have wasted 2 radiant origin stones. Do you understand? I understand. Let's go. When Sheen and Li Fei entered the trial field together, many students revealed looks of jealousy and hatred, especially Dora. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she clenched her fists. The corner of her mouth twitched. She said calmly, I am first. That should be my honor. Terralyn sneered. Is that so? What, you don't accept it? Dora said coldly as she looked at Terralyn. Hee. Terralyn smiled and didn't reply. Lake's body trembled slightly. He seemed to be a little afraid, but also a little excited. Do you know what we're going to challenge today? Everyone knows. Terralyn raised her eyebrows. Gaia, an ancient evil beast. An evil beast born with divine power. The biggest difference in this trial field is that there are nearly 100 Gaia domesticated. So you know. Lake was a little disappointed. He immediately looked at Sheen, who was next to Li Fei. Don't think about it. Terralyn's lips curled up. You don't deserve her. You. Lake had known Terralyn since he was young. He couldn't help but clench his fists. He wanted to immediately teach her a lesson. Chapter 798. There were a total of 29 people who participated in the challenge against Gaia, which was 15 fewer than the previous 44 people. Sheen knew that 9 of the 15 people had exited the trial due to exhaustion after breaking out of the closed chamber. Another 5 people had died from the backlash while trying to break through the barrier. As for the last person, he was killed by the instructor because he was ranked last. The trial grounds had always been like this. The survival of the fittest was even better than the mortal world. Today, all of you are challengers. Li Fei wore a short black skirt and walked up to the podium with a smile on her face. All of you are the elites of the Western Star region, chosen by the families of the various planes. You can be called the elites of the Divine Realm. I believe all of you know who the challengers are. That's right, it's Gaia, the evil beast that hides in the dark caves of the universe. It's also a legendary fierce beast. Every Gaia has the strength of the first heavenly layer of the Divine Realm when it's a cub. When it matures, it has the cultivation of at least the 30th heavenly layer. Since ancient times, let me see, she suddenly looked down at her notebook and smiled. A total of 47,831 elites of the Western Divine Realm have died under the claws of Gaia. I hope that today, you won't let this number continue to increase. Alright, one by one. We'll start with the last one. Let's go, we're going to challenge Gaia. Open the door. When Li Fei shouted to open the door, a group of Celestial Realm guards pulled the noose with all their might. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a green stone staircase led underground. Obviously, Gaia was domesticated underground. Li Fei walked in front and floated into the underground cave. Soon, Sheen, Terralyn, and the other contestants were escorted underground by the Celestial Realm guards. A fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. It was obviously the smell of Gaia's prey. The underground was relatively bright. A huge origin lamp illuminated the entire underground lair. Here, the stone walls were filled with crisscrossed claw marks. At the bottom of the entire cave was a circular space. The surroundings bulged and were blocked by crisscrossing iron chains. The iron chains glowed with a faint luster. Obviously, they were infused with divine power. Needless to say, every participant must have challenged the Gaia evil beast in this arena. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. They had only heard of Gaia in legends. Now that they were about to see it for themselves, they felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Even Duo La, who had the strongest cultivation base among them, had a slight change in expression. When she turned to look at Sheen, she discovered that the beautiful young lady was still able to keep her heart as still as water. Immediately, Duo La's expression turned even uglier. The 29th place. Yes, it's Han Luan. Men, bring Han Luan into the arena. Li Fei's voice was filled with an unquestionable tone. The group of contestants looked down at the arena from above. Han Luan was a young man of about 20 years old. He said with a pale face, Can I give up the qualification? It's too late. Li Fei smiled faintly, go. As long as you enter the arena, it doesn't matter if you run or fight. If you don't die after 5 minutes, then you've passed this test. Two instructors rushed forward and twisted Han Luan's arms on each side. They couldn't help but separate and drag Han Luan into the gate of the arena. The iron gate closed with a clang sound, as if it was a judgment. Ah! With a swoosh, a contestant's longsword fell from his hand. Just as the longsword touched the edge of the arena, a flame flew up. The barrier instantly melted the longsword into a pile of scrap iron. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The barrier here is very powerful. If someone without a divine wall tries to break through the barrier, they will be burned to ashes. Li Fei smiled, don't try. Everyone's expression turned even uglier. Huff. 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 In the arena, Han Luan panted heavily. He had stepped into the 21st heaven realm at such a young age. In his hometown, he was a rare genius. But at this moment, Han Luan's heart was filled with fear. Release Guya. Two celestial world guards pulled the noose with all their might. In the next moment, a door in the distance slowly opened. In the darkness, two lanterns swayed. It was the light of the eyes of evil beasts. Roar, a fishy smell assaulted everyone's nostrils. An ugly giant creature with 4 limbs walked out. Its body was covered in jagged scales like the skin of a crocodile. Its 4 limbs supported its body, but under its ugly head was a pair of arms like the pincers of a scorpion. Its body was covered in a layer of golden light. Roar. When Guya smelled the scent of humans, it was extremely excited and directly rushed over. Han Luan gritted his teeth. Since he couldn't avoid it, he could only fight with all his might. With a shake of his palm, a long sword engraved with runes appeared. With a roar, his body shone brightly. His entire body turned into a beam of light and rushed toward Guya. Bang! Guya paused for a moment, but Han Luan's body bounced back like a cannonball. He slammed heavily into the stone wall and fell to the ground while vomiting blood. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, Li Fei smiled and said, every Guya will have a 100% chance of understanding the God Wall after reaching adulthood. Unless you can pierce through Guya's God Wall, don't even think of harming it. This is also the reason why Guya's numbers have never decreased in the past tens of thousands of years. Contestants have no way of killing Guya. They just need to last for 5 minutes. Damn bastard. In the arena, Han Luan was furious. He raised his long sword and flew, dodging Guya's pouncing bite. He had actually given up on attacking and only focused on dodging. Just like Li Fei said, if he could dodge Guya's attack and last for 5 minutes, it would be considered his victory. But Han Luan didn't. Kacha, Guya's front claws suddenly attacked and clamped onto Han Luan's right leg. Amidst the sound of the leg bone breaking, Han Luan howled in pain. He waved his long sword and slashed out a light-type attack. Roar! What welcomed him was Gaia's huge mouth. With another crunch, Hanluan's entire head was bitten off. Gaia chewed on Hanluan's entire body in 2 or 3 bites. It seemed to be very satisfied. Challenge failed. Li Fei shrugged and said with a smile, "You don't even need to prepare a coffin." How convenient. The group of contestants was stunned. Who could be as calm as this female dean? Many contestants couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces pale. 28th place, enter. A few instructors were the first to enter the arena. They waved their swords and ordered the Gaia to enter its lair. Following that, they opened another entrance and allowed an unharmed Gaia to walk in. 28th place was a dark-skinned person. His weapon was very strange. Perhaps it wasn't even a weapon, but a shield. "Oh, it's Luo Fei from the Nia family." Terralyn smiled slightly and said, "The Nia family is one of the few families that mainly use the law of light." Interesting. Luo Fei slowly entered the arena. Although he was nervous, he did not have too much fear. He held his shield and quietly looked at the Gaia behemoth. Just when the behemoth launched its attack, his figure cleverly turned to avoid it. The behemoth roared continuously, raised its claws, and pounced on him with unavoidable flames. "Devour mirror image." Luo Fei shouted and raised his giant shield. A huge black hole condensed in front of him, as if absorbing all the light. The Gaia behemoth's claw wind was also completely swallowed. Dang, the behemoth's body was actually bounced back by the light barrier. Ah! On the stage, everyone watching the battle was stunned. Although Luo Fei was only ranked 28th, he didn't seem to be weak. In the next 5 minutes, the arena was filled with the light of the collision of flames and the law of light shield. There were several times when the Gaia behemoth almost swallowed Luo Fei, but Luo Fei was able to turn the danger into safety. Although he was badly injured, he still survived the difficult 5 minutes and survived. "Enough, Guya. Go back." Li Fei suddenly shouted. The sand in the hourglass had run out. Time was up. Woo woo, Guya quickly retreated and entered the nest with its tail between its legs. Ah, Luo Fei stumbled out. His shield was full of Guya's claws and teeth marks. His entire left arm was covered in blood, almost drenched. "Treat him immediately." "Next, get ready to enter," Li Fei said lightly. Around noon, it was finally Xin's turn. She was ranked 10th in the first round, which was why her overall ranking was lower. Before Xin, a total of 15 people had passed Guya's test. The other 9 had become Guya's meal. There were bloodstains everywhere in the arena. It was a horrible sight. "Make sure you don't get eaten by Gaia," Dora said with a sneer as he crossed his arms. Xin glanced at her and said nothing. She went straight to the iron gate. Instructor Kulun opened the gate for her and whispered, "Xin, are you confident?" Xin smiled and asked, "If I kill you, will I be punished?" "No. No." Kulun was stunned. "Thank you, instructor." The girl slowly entered the arena. With a slight shake of her hand, a dazzling longsword appeared in her palm. It was Lin Muyu's stellar sword. That is, Li Fei furrowed her brows tightly as if she had seen this weapon somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. The other instructors knew nothing. They had never seen this sword before. They did not even know who Lin Muyu was. After all, there was no Weibo or WeChat moments in the Divine Realm. No matter how well Lin Muyu did in the Shattered Cauldron Realm, the gods in the Divine Realm did not know about it. Roar, an intact Guya came out of the cage. Facing its petite opponent, it seemed to be very disdainful. It roared and wagged its huge tail, staring at her. Chapter 799. Roar. Gaia's sharp claws swept over with raging flames. It was as if the space was about to be melted by the flames. This was a giant beast that had cultivated to the 41st level of Grotto Heaven. It was the strongest Gaia that the participants had encountered so far in this year's Chosen of God trial. Buzz buzz buzz, the flames burned the air, forming a cyclone that could burn skin and scrape bones. Shi'in raised her long sword in front of her chest, and her face was pale. The impact of the 41 divine waves made her feel extremely uncomfortable. The Shura bloodline hidden in her body instantly boiled, and streams of blood-red light condensed around her body. However, she could not reveal her identity as a Shura. She gritted her teeth and suppressed this powerful force. She raised her palm, and the pure power of the law of light swept out. Break! With a loud explosion, her body penetrated the large net formed by the flames. She appeared behind the Gaia beast's head like lightning. She raised her sword and instantly burst out 3 sharp slashes. Peng peng peng. 3 consecutive slashes actually made the Gaia god wall shine. Roar roar, Gaia was infuriated. It turned around and waved its claws continuously, and raging flames rose to the sky. The girl had no place to dodge the domain-like attack. She was sent flying and crashed into the god power boundary above the arena. It was a powerful boundary that could melt swords. Be careful. Terilyn could not help but shout, Shi'in, be careful. But it was too late. Shi'in's body still crashed straight into the boundary. Pang! The entire underground arena trembled. Waves of golden energy suddenly appeared around Shi'in's body, protecting her body from being burned by the boundary. The group of participants was stunned. God wall. It's a god wall. She actually has a god wall. Even Dora showed an astonished expression, and the jealousy on his face grew thicker. The intense pain on her back made Shi'in even more unable to control the desire to kill in her heart. When her body bounced back and rushed towards Gaia, her entire left arm was almost enveloped in a blood-red wave. That was definitely not the power of the law of light. Pang! A palm print landed on Gaia's head, directly shattering the god wall. The moment his killing intent flared up, he could no longer hold it in. With a light clench of his fingers, Shi'in's fingers pierced through Gaia's skull, and the long sword in his right hand pierced through Gaia's skull. Shi'in managed to maintain his consciousness, and he quickly retracted his Azura energy. Instead, he channeled the pure light energy in his body into the stellar sword. His dragon energy and overgod energy merged together, and a dragon's roar resounded in the air. Azure Dragon burst. She didn't even know why she knew this martial art. It was as if she knew it from the beginning. This power had been hidden in her body for far too long. Now, in the face of life and death, she inadvertently used it in an overwhelming manner. Peng peng peng, the violent sounds did not stop. A ray of light attribute blue dragon profound energy violently attacked, shredding Gaia's skin and flesh. It lingered around, as if it was scraping the bones. When the blue dragon break was used up, all that was left of Gaia was a giant skeleton. The rest of its flesh and blood had all been blasted into scraps. Boom! Gaia's skeleton landed heavily on the ground, turning into a pile of dust. The destructive power of the Azure Dragon burst was unimaginable. She stood in the air blankly, and the stellar sword flashed across her eyes. She raised her hands and stared at her palms. She had no idea where this power came from. Shi'in, you passed the test. In the air, Vice Principal Li Fei acted as if nothing had happened. She said calmly, clean up the arena. The next participant is ready to take the test. Quick, I'm still waiting for lunch. Yes, Vice Principal. Shi'in, come out too. Yes, the moment Shi'in slowly walked out of the battle arena, the contestants were practically in an uproar. She was the first contestant to kill Gaia. She was the first person in history to do so. An instructor came to Li Fei's side and whispered, Vice Principal, what do you think? What do I think? He had a complicated expression and said, this Gaia has the cultivation of 41st Grado Heaven, and it has the purest power of the law of fire. The only person who can kill it, is someone above the 50th Grado Heaven. But Shi'in, she isn't that strong. The power she used just now doesn't belong to the law of light. Shouldn't we what? Li Fei glared at him and said, my duty is to select rare geniuses for the Western Divine Realm. I don't care about anything else. I'm the vice principal, the person in charge of the arena. Whoever dares to mess with my business, I'll make them suffer the consequences. Do you understand? The instructor's face turned pale. Yes, vice principal. Just treat it as I've said too much. Continue to prepare for the next test. Yes. Following that, Terrelin, Lake, and the others passed the test. Lake suffered a light injury, but he managed to survive for 5 minutes. When it was Dora's turn, she tried to kill the Gaia she was facing but failed. In the end, she only slightly injured the Gaia's front paw. She didn't do anything else. In the end, a total of 20 people passed Gaia's test. Li Fei continued to hold the notebook and said, "The ranking has been updated. Those who passed the test will receive 8 points. Sheen successfully killed Gaia and will receive 15 points as an exception. The new ranking is, Sheen is ranked 1st, Dora is ranked 2nd, and Terrelin is ranked 3rd. Have a good rest. The day after tomorrow will be the day you graduate from the Divine Realms trial field. It will also be the day you decide the final top 10. Terrelin couldn't help but ask, "Madam Li Fei, how will the final ranking be calculated?" Li Fei smiled, "This batch is a little special." Lake asked, "What's special?" Li Fei brushed her hair and said, "The 20 of you will be sent into a forest in a different dimension. Each of you will be given a nameplate. You will be ranked according to the number of people you kill. The first will receive the blessing of a rank 7 battle angel, the 2nd to 5th will receive the blessing of a rank 6 battle angel, and the 6th to 10th will receive the blessing of a rank 5 battle angel. As for the rest, there might not be any other rewards, so we won't count them." Everyone fell silent. Were they going to kill each other in the end? Sheen's bright eyes looked at Dora. She knew that she wouldn't be able to escape this battle. Moreover, Dora would do everything in her power to kill her. The ambition and desire in her eyes couldn't be concealed. She wanted to become a rank 7 battle angel. She wanted to become the new successor of the Radiant Angel. She wanted to kill all her competitors. Night, dormitory area. There were only 3 people left in the large room, Sheen, Terrelin, and another girl. Of the original 12 people, 9 had died or left the trial field. Of those, a large number had died. Sheen. Terrelin sat at the head of the bed and sighed. "Are you afraid of Dora?" "Afraid?" Sheen smiled, "There's nothing for her to be afraid of. She should be afraid of herself, right?" "Why?" "Her ambition will destroy her." Sheen didn't say anything else. She covered herself with the quilt and lay down. She needed to rest. Terrelin couldn't fall asleep. She sat there quietly. "If you meet me in the trial field of a different dimension, will you kill me?" Terrelin asked again after a while. But there was no response. Sheen had already fallen asleep. Clang clang, there was a knock on the iron door outside. The instructor shouted, "Stop talking and get some rest. Otherwise, I'll drag you out and strip you for everyone to see." The instructor of the realm of gods really didn't have a shred of shame. Terrelin couldn't help but smile faintly. Looking at Sheen's back, she murmured, "I hope you already treat me as a friend." In the darkness, Sheen's opened eyes slowly closed. The corner of her mouth rose as she continued to sleep. Shattered Cauldron Realm, more than 200 miles north of the 8 Wastelands. It was a world of ice and snow. This place was known as the Frozen Pole. It was rarely visited by humans. It was said that the soil closest to the surface was buried 10 meters deep under the snow, and this depth was constantly increasing. The Frozen Pole had snow and grade 7 winds during the day and grade 10 gales at night. There was no vegetation in the Frozen Pole. Not even a blade of grass grew in the Frozen Pole. There were only some strange plants buried deep in the ground and the sea in the Frozen Pole. The Frozen Pole was connected to the East Sea, but the sea had long been frozen. A snow-white fur seal was crawling on the ice, trying to find a hole to burrow into. The algae and fish in the sea were its only food. Whoosh! a cold arrow pierced through the fur seal's head. It howled miserably and fell on the glacier. Amidst the rustling sounds, a man quickly approached and grabbed the fur seal's body. He said with a face full of joy, "Marshal, this fur seal weighs at least 50 kilograms. Ha ha ha, that's great." In the distance, a group of banners was fluttering in the cold wind. It was a demon army. Qianfeng spurred his horse forward, his face ashen. "Let's cook it in another 10 miles. If we can't find any plains or land, I'm afraid many of us will freeze or starve to death in the next 3 days. Don't worry, Marshal. We gods are the descendants of the gods. The gods will protect us." "Is that so?" Qianfeng looked up at the snowy sky and said, "If we really are the descendants of the gods, I'm afraid we wouldn't have ended up here. Where are His Majesty and the 2 princes now?" "Marshal Shen Baichuan is leading an army of armored demons to protect them from the west. We can still see some ground from there." Have you found any traces of the Longdan army camp?" "No, Wei Chou has retreated. I'm afraid they've already retreated from the 8 wastelands. Protect His Majesty and the 2 princes. If necessary." Qianfeng muttered, "We have to kill our way back. Otherwise, the icebound pole will only be the end of our race." "Yes." Qianfeng stroked his horse's neck. It was a little restless. In fact, the warhorses in the army had not eaten grass for many days. If they continued forward, they would run out of food and ammunition. However, Qianfeng had no other choice but to continue forward in search of a new chance of survival for his race. Only, would there really be land for survival in the cold polar pole? That was probably just wishful thinking. Chapter 800. On the 24th of March, the morning of early spring was misty. The snow had melted, and warmth had returned to the earth, as if spring had just officially arrived at this moment. Construction was going on everywhere in Winter Frost City. The East capital had just been built, and all kinds of public facilities needed to be expanded and repaired. At this time, what the Qin Empire lacked was not money, but time. On the city wall, a magic crystal cannon was being hoisted and installed. Duke Wei Chou was standing by, supervising the construction in person. The defense position of the East City Gate was very important. If Winter Frost City was attacked by the enemy, this direction would be the first to bear the brunt. As the cold wind of early spring blew, the belt of Wei Chou's robe in front of his chest swayed slowly. A mysterious power of ghosts and gods lingered around his body like clouds and mist, which was quite a spectacle. Tuck, tuck, the sound of hooves galloping came quickly. 2 scouts of the Longdan army camp, who were 10-man squad leaders, reported loudly, "Commander, our people have captured a cargo ship from the celestial pole continent at the harbor of the East China Sea. The people on the ship said that they are envoys from the Tianji Empire. They want to see your highnesses, Commander." "Envoys from the Tianji Empire?" Wei Chou looked at the fertile land in the distance, which was the direction of the Tianji Empire. What did the Tianji Empire want to do more than 2,000 miles away? Either start a war or negotiate peace. Did they send envoys to make an alliance? On second thought, Wei Chou couldn't help but laugh. The Tianji Empire was so powerful that there was no reason for wolves to ally with sheep. How many people do they have? 12 in total. One of them is wearing luxurious clothes. He should be the envoy. Take away their weapons and equipment. Send 200 Dragon Courage cavalrymen to escort them to the main hall. Yes. 2 hours later, in the main hall of East Capital, Lin Muyu, Tang Xiaoxi, Feng Jixing, Qin Yan, and others were all there. Lin Muyu stood in front of the throne with her hand on the hilt of her sword, waiting with a smile. "You seems to be looking forward to this envoy?" Feng Jixing asked with a smile. "Yes, at least from this envoy, we can more or less see the attitude of the royal family of the Tianji Empire towards us." "Yes, I think so too." At the foot of the throne, there were many officials. Zhen Yifan, Xiang Yu, Wei Chou, Bei Lizang, Su Yu, and the others were all present. Even Luo Xin had traveled thousands of miles from Yunzhong province to dispatch troops. After the enfeoffment of 4 dukes and 5 marquises, the military power of the Qin Empire was very centralized. At the very least, the situation of Tang Lan and Su Muyun refusing to dispatch troops would not happen again. Not long after, the emissary answered the summons. He was a lean man with a few attendants, but his weapons had already been removed. Tianji Empire's Tianji Province's envoy, Zhou Xinyao, greets Prince Qin, Prince Xian, Prince Zhong, and Princess Shi. He was calm and could actually identify everyone's identity one by one. It was enough to show how much the Tianji Empire knew about the Qin Empire. At the very least, they had done their homework. You know us? Feng Jixing said coldly. No, it's just my first time seeing the faces of the 3 princes. Then how do you know us? Zhou Xinyao smiled. It's very simple. The 3 princes are famous far and wide. Prince Qin Lin Muyu is well versed in the power of laws and is handsome. Prince Xian Feng Jixing is calm and steady. He is well versed in the laws of wind, fire, and thunder. Prince Xian Qin Yan is the youngest among the 3 princes. Princess Tang Xiaoxi is extremely beautiful and can be said to be the #1 beauty in the Shattered Tripod realm. How could I not know her? What a sharp tongue. Tang Xiaoxi smiled. Zhou Xinyao, since you're the envoy of the Tianji Empire, tell me why you're here. Yes, Princess Shi. Zhou Xinyao raised his head, completely ignoring the gazes of the Qin Empire's civil and military officials around him. He said, the Tianji Empire is located in the northwest of the celestial pole continent. It has a vast land and a prosperous people. His Majesty, the sacred martial emperor Baiming Yuan, has long heard of the Shattered Tripod realm's richness and prosperity. Therefore, he wishes to form an alliance to protect and help each other. Along the way, I've seen a few counties and chambers of commerce in the Lingdong province. I'm deeply impressed by the prosperity of the Qin Empire. Your country's cloud brocade and silk weaving skills are superb and can be said to be otherworldly. Therefore, I request to establish trade relations with your country and exchange our Tianji Empire's goods for cloud brocade and silk weaving. Lin Muyu had long known that there was no silk in the celestial pole continent. Their brocade clothes were actually only equivalent to the fine cloth in the Shattered Tripod realm. In terms of true luxury, Tang Xiaoxi's cloud brocade dress was probably enough to instantly outshine all the luxurious clothes of the imperial concubines in the imperial palace of Tianji City. What do you have to exchange with us? Lin Muyu asked. Zhou Xinyao smiled. We have gold and silver. If your highness needs them, we can also transport the beauties of the Tianji Empire to the Shattered Tripod realm. Moreover, His Majesty said that as long as the Shattered Tripod realm is sincere in establishing trade relations with us, he's willing to pay 30% of our business income from the coastal ports of the Shattered Tripod realm as taxes. 30%? Lin Muyu raised her eyebrows. Is 30% enough? Then, 40%? Zhou Xinyao's expression didn't look too good. Lin Muyu spread her fingers, 50% then. Oh, right, what other good things do you have? Apart from money and women. Demon spirit stones, Zhou Xinyao said indifferently. Demon spirit stones? Lin Muyu pretended to be suspicious. Zhou Xinyao shook his head with a smile. That's right. Demon spirit stones are a kind of treasure that is completely different from the spirit stones in your empire's territory. Demon spirit stones are formed from the body of a demon spirit and can be refined and absorbed by cultivators. Regardless of whether one is in the sacred realm or the divine realm, one can absorb demon spirit stones without limit. In this way, an outstanding genius can obtain a great leap in power within a few years or even half a year. Are you really going to sell us demon spirit stones? Feng Jixing asked. That's right. Zhou Xinyao waved his hand and smiled. However, demon spirit stones are too precious and rare. Therefore, they can only be traded between countries. Every year, the Tianji Empire can sell 500 demon spirit stones of the 6th tier and 3,000 demon spirit stones of the 7th tier to your empire. The price will be 200,000 Jin coins and 50,000 Jin coins respectively. What do you think? 200,000 Jin coins for one. Lin Muyu squinted her eyes. Why don't you just rob us? Our Jin coins are 30% heavier than the gold coins of your empire. Moreover, they are all made of pure gold. The value of gold is equivalent. I think, we don't need the demon spirit stones. Guards, send our guests off. A group of soldiers from the Longdan army camp stepped forward. Wait, Your Highness Emperor Qin. Zhou Xinyao hurriedly said, are you refusing to trade with us? Trade is an important matter between two countries. If Your Highness refuses, I'm afraid it will affect the trade between our two countries in the future. Your Highness, please reconsider. Trade? That's fine too. Lin Muyu smiled and said, go back and tell His Majesty Beiming Abyss that after your ships trade at our port, you will have to pay 50% of the tax to the Lingdong province's government. In addition, the ships of the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire can only land at Blue Wind Port, Tianjin Port, and Whitefish Port in the Lingdong province to trade. I have specially approved a few routes for your country and the Blackstone Empire. Your ships can only travel on this route. If they deviate from the route or land at other ports, they will be attacked by our army. In addition, all merchants from the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire can only stop at the ports and are not allowed to enter the mainland. Everyone has to register as soon as they reach the shore. Otherwise, they will be arrested. Do you understand? Zhou Xinyao was stunned for a moment before he looked deeply at Lin Muyu and cupped his fists with a smile. Emperor Qin, Lin Muyu, the son of the Radiant Prince, Qin Jin, you truly live up to your reputation. I'm impressed. He raised his head and said, then, everything will be according to His Highness Emperor Qin's instructions. Let's trade at the 3 main ports. We will draft a document detailing the trade rules. Tang Xiaoxi said, please rest in the post house in Winter Frost City for 2 to 3 days. You can return to report after you've collected the document. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your hospitality, Princess Shi. Men, escort the envoy to the post house to rest. Under Tang Xiaoxi's order, a few imperial guards immediately went forward to escort Zhou Xinyao away. Zhou Xinyao was indescribably steady and calm. He bowed to the crowd and left calmly. The crowd was in an uproar after Zhou Xinyao left. This person has ulterior motives. We have to be careful. Xiang Yu squinted and said, he clearly has at least a 10th level Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation base, but he hid his aura to be as simple as a Heaven Realm cultivation base. Lin Muyu said, it's not 10th level Grotto Heaven, but 21st level Grotto Heaven. What? Luo Xian was stunned. Your Highness Yu, he really has a 21st level Grotto Heaven cultivation base. Yes. Although Luo Xian had been cultivating diligently for the past few years, she had only entered the Holy Heaven realm. She could not see through Zhou Xinyao's true strength at all. On the other hand, the stronger Lin Muyu could see through Zhou Xinyao's suppressed power. She could determine his specific cultivation base and ability from his breathing and the pulse of his power. Zheng Yifan held the jade tablet in his hand and said calmly, Your Highnesses, do you think the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire sincerely want to trade with us? Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing shook their heads together. Qin Yan, on the other hand, was ignorant of the affairs of the world. He stood there blankly. In terms of shrewdness and decision-making, he was much inferior to Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing. Master Fan, what do you think of this matter? Lin Muyu asked. Zheng Yifan took a deep breath. It's very simple. The Tianji Empire could have directly sent an army to invade us, but they didn't. Instead, they went to great lengths to send an envoy like Zhou Xinyao over. Then, there can only be 2 reasons. The first reason might be that Zhou Xinyao's visit was fake, and his real purpose was to find out the actual situation of our army. The second reason is that they are stalling for time. Zhou Xiniao's arrival is just a cover-up. Perhaps the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire have other plans. That's right. Feng Jixing nodded. Lin Muyu placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Her gaze was cold as she said, "Then, we will not change. Send more scouts and warships into the East Sea. We will know the enemy's situation at all times. Then, send people to keep an eye on Zhou Xiniao. We will not let him act rashly in Winter Frost City. Also, where is Bai Litsang?" The Navy commander Bai Litsang stepped forward. "I am here." "How is the Navy's warships assembly going?" Bai Litsang said in a deep voice, 2,000 warships and nearly 100,000 Navy soldiers are already stationed at the major military ports. In addition, 200 fortress ships have already set off from Daojiang. If there are no accidents, they will arrive at the East Sea coast in 2 days. Good. Then, let's end the court session and return to prepare for war. Lin Muyu lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then, she said, "Ministry of Works, Xiling, you guys stay." Chapter 801. In the side hall, a group of guards stood far away from the door. There were only 5 people in the hall: Lin Muyu, Tang Xiaoxi, Feng Jixing, Minister of Works, and Qin Xiling. "Your Highness, you must have something to tell me to stay, right?" Qin Xiling asked. "Yes." Lin Muyu put her hand into her qiankuan bag and searched for a while. She took out a black stone and said, "Minister of Works, Xiling, take a look at what this is." "This is?" Qin Xiling took the stone and was stunned. "It's so heavy. What kind of stone is this?" "It's completely different from ordinary stones. And it's cold, just like..." "Just like what?" "It's like coming from the cold hell." "Hee, the stones of hell aren't cold." Lin Muyu smiled and said, "This stone is called a demonic heart stone. It contains a kind of thing called demonic heart stone essence, which can be extracted. The essence is the nemesis of God state experts. Once it enters the bloodline, it can solidify the flow of divine power, making God state experts unable to use any divine power for a short period of time. This kind of demonic heart stone is produced in the celestial pole continent. Some of their weapons and arrows are tempered with demonic heart stone essence. As long as these weapons pierce the skin, even God state experts will become ordinary people." Feng Jixing was stunned. "This is really one disaster after another. Our strength is already inferior to the celestial pole continent, and now there's this demonic heart stone. It doesn't matter." Lin Muyu smiled. "Anyway, we only have so few God state experts. What difference can it make?" "You're quite optimistic." Feng Jixing laughed. "Also, the demonic heart stone can't penetrate the divine wall, so it's just a decoration for God state experts who have comprehended the ability of the divine wall. In general, the demonic heart stone is used to deal with those God state experts who don't have profound cultivation. Previously, it was basically used as a weapon to fight between the sects in the celestial pole continent." Tang Xiaoxi blinked and said, "Mu, the demonic heart stone is so powerful, and you're a master of forging weapons. Why don't you temper the essence of the demonic heart stone into your weapons?" "Actually, I've already tried." Lin Muyu pondered for a moment and said, "Although the demon heart stone can break divine power, it is incompatible with the material of steel. It will destroy the rigidity of the weapon. If I refine the essence of the demon heart stone into my weapon, then my weapon will not be able to bear all of my divine power. It will break by itself. How can such a weapon cut through the protective aura of an opponent?" "So there are pros and cons." Feng Jixing rubbed his palms together and smiled. "Then what do we do now? Why did you leave Xiling and the Ministry of Works behind?" "The demon heart stone can't be used to make weapons, but it can be used to temper arrows. After all, arrows are a one-time business. Once they are shot, there is no hope for them to turn back. If you're lucky, the arrows can indeed be a deterrent." As she spoke, Lin Muyu took out a black and white arrow and said, "Here, this is my failed product last night. I refined the essence of the demon heart stone into the white diamond arrowhead. I've tried it. Originally, the white diamond arrowhead could easily shoot into the rock, but this failed product actually broke the moment it touched the rock. I'm afraid it will also be very difficult to shoot into the body of a God State warrior. Your Highness, are you saying that after refining the demon heart stone, the arrowhead became brittle? Qin Xiling asked. Yes, you're right. It became brittle. Lin Muyu frowned and said, perhaps the molecular structure of the demon heart stone is in conflict with the white diamond and iron. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so brittle. Last night, I fiddled with it for a long time, but I still couldn't understand it. Xiling, here is a piece of demon heart stone and a white diamond arrow. You and the Ministry of Works can take it back and study it. Qin Xiling nodded. I'll go back and study it, but I can't guarantee that I will be able to find out the reason. Something that even Your Highness you can't understand, I don't have the confidence. No, I believe you. Lin Muyu patted his shoulder and said, you are the Empire's #1 genius, Qin Xiling, one of the most outstanding people in the Qin clan. If even you can't solve this problem, then no one can. Xiling, you developed the magic crystal cannon and saved the Empire from the iron hooves of the demon race. This time, we still have to rely on you. Qin Xiling nodded deeply. Yes, thank you Your Highness for your praise. I will do my best. Lin Muyu raised her eyebrows and said, Big Brother Feng, transfer 10 Imperial Guards from the main hall. From now on, they will stay by Xiling's side and act as his personal guards. Xiling alone is equivalent to 2 of our regular armies. I understand. Feng Jixing agreed with a smile. Qin Xiling was extremely grateful. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. No need to be polite. Lin Muyu said, Yan is Xiao Yin's cousin. Speaking of which, you can also be considered as Xiao Yin's cousin. It's just that she hasn't had the time to acknowledge you yet. As long as Xiao Yin can come back, I will definitely persuade her to acknowledge you as her cousin and grant you the title of king. This is my promise, and I will never go back on it. King, Qin Xiling's entire body trembled. His entire person was dumbfounded. He was born in a distant branch of the declining Qin clan. His father had already given up on him, and the entire clan had given up on him. But now, he was the head of the weapons department and was already favored by thousands of people. He had made his father and clansmen look at him in a new light. If he was granted the title of king by the empress, then he would simply reach the peak of his life. Thinking of this, Qin Xiling almost cried. Don't cry, you're a man with a full beard. Lin Muyu teased him. Qin Xiling still wiped away his tears and said, Your Highness we've known each other for 31 years. It's already been 42 years. These 11 years have passed by in the blink of an eye. You bunch of monsters will always have the same handsome appearance, but Xiling has grown old. Perhaps in a few years, Xiling will be an old man. When I see you again, don't, Xiling. Lin Muyu interrupted his words, we will forever be friends, no matter if we grow old or experience the vicissitudes of life. I have already passed on the forging dragon bone remnant scroll to you. You have to cultivate more outside of work. Don't worry, we won't wait until the day you die of old age. We will definitely let you live forever. Amen. Xiling nodded his head heavily, then I'll go. Foster father, let's go back and study it together. Okay. The Minister of Works was also extremely excited. Qin Xiling had recognized him as his foster father a few months ago. Now that he heard that Qin Xiling would be a person who would be granted the title of king in the future, then he would be the father of the king. How could he not cry tears of joy? At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. It was Chu Yao. She held a letter as she walked in. Her beautiful eyes were red and filled with tears. Once she entered the side chamber, she began to cry. Older sister Chu Yao, what's wrong? Lin Muyu hurriedly asked. The letter in Chu Yao's hands fell to the ground and her shoulders trembled. She could not help but cry loudly, "Great Deacon Guyang, he has passed away." Ah! Lin Muyu took a few steps back and stood there woodenly. Guyang and Lei Hong were of the same generation, but he did not step into the god realm, so he would eventually die of old age. One by one, the elders passed away just like that. At this moment, Lin Muyu felt that the cycle of reincarnation was so cruel that no matter how strong one was in the world, one would not be able to stop these kinds of things. Feng Jixing was sad as he softly said, "Great Deacon Guyang had worked hard for the empire all his life. Now that he has passed away, it is really the empire's loss." Lin Muyu was silent as he stood there with a sour nose. He had been with Guyang for a long time and had long developed a friendship between them. Now that the news of Guyang's death had come, it was like a bolt from the blue to him. "Mu, are you all right?" Tang Xiaoxi held his arm and said softly. "Nothing." Lin Muyu lowered his head and wiped his tears before saying, "Older sister Chu Yao, use my name to send a letter back and order Lan Yen City to bury grandfather Guyang under the country guarding monument." I know. In one's life, there were many things one could do and many things one could not do, but this was life and it was not up to others. At dusk, the sea breeze blew the waves and constantly hit the reefs and the beach. The East Sea shore was full of rugged reefs and most of the areas could not be landed at all. It was very easy to cause ships to hit the reefs, and this was something that no ship dared to challenge. Thus there were more than 10 ports in the Lingdong province and only 3 of them were open to the public. 2 figures landed lightly on the surface of the sea and walked forward slowly on the waves. The nearly 1-meter-high waves actually avoided them as if they were retreating and submitting. Lin Muyu and Tang Xiaoxi had to come to the East Sea once a day. This place was a full 500 miles away from Dongshuang City, but they still had to come. This was their mission and responsibility. Looking from afar, a few ships were faintly discernible on the surface of the sea with a dark blue-purple flower flag hanging on the bow, which was the symbol of the empire. It was a warship, the patrolling warship of the empire's navy. No one knew when the war would come and why the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire, 2 countries that were originally at war, would unite and facilitate the emergence of an honorary Shang League. It must be the Qin Empire. It was precisely because of the existence of the Qin Empire and the empire's army that the Skywater City felt threatened. Otherwise, with the arrogance of the Northern Dark Abyss, how could he possibly form an alliance with the Darkstone Empire that was weaker than him? The other reason was the Celestial Empire. Qin Yu, Lin Muyu looked at the Far East and said, "Don't let me down. If you sit back and do nothing about this war, then the Qin Empire is finished. You will be next." Tang Xiaoxi smiled and said, "Mu, you are going crazy for the empire. It would be great if I really went crazy. At least I wouldn't be so tired." Lin Muyu laughed at herself. "Are you okay?" Tang Xiaoxi held his hand. Lin Muyu gently pulled her into his arms. The 2 of them stood on the surface of the sea like a relief sculpture. "I don't know whether we can win this war or not. I feel that I can no longer control the future." Lin Muyu trembled and said, "When will Xiao Yin come back? When will she be willing to come back and help us?" Tang Xiaoxi hugged him tightly and tears came out of her eyes. Everything will be fine. Tang Xiaoxi knew that the burden on his shoulders was too heavy. It was so heavy that even someone as strong as Lin Muyu almost couldn't bear it. The gains and losses of the world, the successes and failures of all ages. Anyone would probably be the same. Chapter 802. The Lost Forest was a forest in an unknown plain. The Lost Forest was not very vast, but it was already controlled by the Western Heaven Realm. Because the terrain here was complex and ferocious beasts ran amok, it was treated as the last trial field of the Western Divine Realm. In this Lost Forest, the participants would kill each other. Rather than calling it a forest in another plane, it would be more appropriate to call it the graveyard of the gods. For thousands of years, how many outstanding and talented gods had fallen here, becoming the spoils of war for others. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a few streams of light shot out in the sky. Each stream of light was a god. There were 20 participants, and a total of 20 God Emperor-level experts were used to supervise this trial. In the night wind, Li Fei's short red cloak swayed with the wind. The moonlight outlined her enchanting figure and charming face. She stood in the wind, hiding her aura to the point where it was almost impossible to detect her, like a leaf in the wind. Her beautiful eyes shone as she quietly watched everything in the forest. The 20 participants had already spread out. Next, it was time to see how they would perform. The killing would only stop when there were only 10 people left. Rustle, a clear sound came from the leaves in the grass. In the darkness, a beautiful figure crouched in the bushes. It was Sheen. She did not fly, because once she used her divine power to fly, she would definitely expose her position and attract other hunters. This was the last trial, and it was destined that she would not have any friends. She held the star's sword in her hand, and the blade was not unsheathed. On her waist, there was a military knife that she had brought from the banished land. This knife was not a divine weapon, but it was sharp. However, at the crucial moment, this kind of inconspicuous weapon would always play a magical role. Sheen was waiting for the appearance of her prey. Perhaps, it could be said that she was waiting for the trial to end. As long as she was not killed and not on the list of 10 dead, she would pass. No matter what, these 20 people were people that she had been with for many days. Although Sheen would not be merciful, at least she would not lose her nature and fall into bloodthirst and killing. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the prey finally arrived. In the darkness, a figure slowly approached. It was a man in his 20s, wearing leather armor. His face was filled with caution as he looked around. In his hand was a cross-shaped sword that glowed with a faint divine luster. It was Luo De, a disciple chosen by a prestigious family at the edge of the star region. He was at the 22nd Grotto Heaven realm and could be considered an expert. Shua shua, on Rhodes' neck, there was a nameplate shining with a silver luster. This was his nameplate, and it would also be someone else's spoils of war. Sheen continued to remain silent and calm, as if his entire being had become one with the earth. Rhodes was injured. His left arm was dripping with golden blood. There were pursuers. Moreover, the pursuer wasn't far away. A powerful pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. A person fell from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The blade of the sword split a huge rock in half, emitting a radiance that was as bright as the sun. Although Rhodes dodged this attack, the aftershock had already burned Rhodes, burning through his leather armor and burning red marks on his chest. The blade of the sword was emitting a piercingly cold radiance, illuminating the face of the pursuer. It was Luo Pei, the chosen disciple of the Sea Breeze clan. You really want to kill me? Rhodes gritted his teeth, and his whole body trembled. If I don't kill you, how can I obtain the Battle Angel's blessing? Luo Pei tilted her head, and her face was filled with a smile. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your own incompetence. Rhodes, see you in the next life. The blade of the sword trembled, and endless light energy surged into it, as if it was going to melt this godly weapon. Rhodes' face was filled with horror and pain. Although he was also a cultivator between the 20th and 30th Grotto Heaven realm, Rhodes was completely powerless to resist. Not only was Luo Pei stronger than him in terms of strength, but she also completely surpassed him in terms of martial arts and battle techniques. This was also the reason why he was defeated within 10 moves. Pang! Divine power erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the ribs in front of Rhodes' chest were burned to ashes, and his life was gone. His body was like a fallen leaf that was blown away by the wind, and it just happened to fall in the direction of Sheen. He landed on the ground with his head raised, and he slid far away. His chest was burning, and he was only 1 meter away from Sheen. A pair of eyes filled with fear and unwillingness looked at her. Not good. Sheen's heart turned cold. What a coincidence, Rhodes' corpse just happened to expose her hiding place. She hurriedly leaped backward. Sheen! Luo Pei was slightly stunned. She stepped on Rhodes' corpse with her battle boots, and reached out her hand to pull off his name tag from his neck. She almost broke Rhodes' neck. She raised her head to look at Sheen, who was standing on the hill, and smiled. "Don't be afraid. We are in the same group, and Rhodes is just a pitiful individual. Why don't we work together? This way, no one in the entire Lost Forest will be our match." "Oh, is that so?" Sheen's expression was calm. "Of course." Luo Pei spread out her hands, and smiled. "You should have heard of our Sea Breeze clan, right?" "I don't know." "Ha, no wonder. You were originally a lost god from the banished land." Luo Pei smiled. The Sea Breeze clan is located in the distant southern border, and has the ruling power of 104 galaxies. Under our clan's command, there are 7 regular legions, and each legion has at least 1 million people. If you are willing to work with me, I will recommend you to join our clan. With your potential, perhaps you can become a legion commander within 10 years. Is that so? Sheen seemed to understand something, and said, "Then let's work together." "But, shouldn't you share your spoils of war with me as well?" "Oh." Luo Pei looked at Rhodes' name tag in her hand, laughed, and threw it out. Sheen caught it, and put it into the bag on her waist. She said, "Let's go and look for the next target." "Okay." The two tacitly chose to walk side by side. Not long after, a powerful aura appeared in front of them, but it was not a participant, but a grizzly bear that was at least 10,000 years old. "It's a mountain grizzly bear." Luo Pei suddenly crouched on the ground and said, "Don't underestimate this big guy. One slap is enough to shatter a god's aura, so we'd better be careful. One on the left, one on the right. I will bluff to attract its attention from the left, and Sheen, you launch a fatal blow from the right. Remember, it must be a fatal blow. We can't waste too much divine power on beasts." "Okay." Sheen nodded. The two separated, and Luo Pei flew to the left, raised her sword, and burst into light. She laughed and said, "Hey, you idiot, come and eat me, if you have such a good appetite." Roar roar roar, the mountain grizzly bear galloped away. Swoosh! Sheen's figure turned into a stream of light, and the star's sword in his hand, which contained divine power, stabbed straight at the back of the mountain grizzly bear. But at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared beside him, and a plane crack appeared. It was the ability to travel between planes. A familiar voice sounded in his ear, "But you are more terrible than the mountain grizzly bear." The burning sword light stabbed at Sheen's neck at an extremely fast speed. Just as Luo Pei said, humans were more terrible than beasts. The attack that he had been waiting for was actually reserved for his companion. However, Sheen would not simply believe the other party, as if he had foreseen all this. When Luo Pei's sword was about to fall, Sheen's body suddenly sank, and he barely avoided this fatal blow. At the same time, he raised his ankle and kicked Luo Pei's abdomen with a golden dragon crystal. Bang! Golden rays of light splashed in all directions, and Luo Pei could not help but let out a muffled groan as he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his abdomen. However, that was not the end of it. Shi Yin's sword pierced into his right leg, and a halo of light blossomed, completely breaking through Luo Pei's protective divine power wall. Roar! A black shadow descended from the sky. It was the mountain grizzly bear. It pounced down from above, and its sharp claws slapped on Luo Pei's shoulders. It opened its mouth and bit off more than half of Luo Pei's head. With another bite, the entire head was bitten off, and it was a horrible sight. Sheen quickly retreated, and she opened her hand and sucked Luo Pei's nameplate over. This way, she already had 2 nameplates. As long as she did not die, she was almost destined to be in the top 3. Swoosh! Her figure hid in the dark forest and did not appear again. In the air, a god emperor-level instructor with his arms crossed watched coldly. He could not help but laugh. Interesting, what a ruthless little girl. No wonder even Deputy Dean Li Fei said that the people in this god's chosen trial are very strong. Bang! When it was close to dawn, in another direction of the lost forest, a corpse fell heavily to the ground. It was also a candidate from a different plane. Ding! Dora's arm was covered in the golden blood of the gods. She took off the nameplate of the dead man and hung it on her chest. On her chest, there were a total of 5 nameplates flashing. This meant that she had already killed 4 people. Dora suddenly turned around and looked at the other side of the mountain range. There was a ripple of divine power. She could not help but laugh, and her beautiful face was full of malevolence. Terilyn, I found you. Swoosh. Her figure suddenly disappeared. Dora was like a goshawk falling from the sky, pouncing on its prey. The prey was Terilyn, who was holding a thin sword and running in the forest. 2 nameplates were hanging on Terilyn's chest, and her arm was injured and stained with blood. Die, Terilyn. Dora abruptly raised his long sword, and a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the entire forest as if it were daytime. Ah! Terilyn raised her head to look at the sky, her face full of horror. At this time, Li Fei's voice came from the distant sky. The number of surviving participants is 10. The trial is over. All participants, come to me and calculate the results. The trial is over. Terilyn shouted. She knew that she was no match for Dora. However, Dora did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Her eyes were full of malevolence as she shouted, childish. The winner does not need 10 people. All of you can die. Chapter 803. Bang! The soil flew up and the beam of light almost penetrated the ground for dozens of meters. A wisp of blood floated in the air. In less than 10 moves, Terilyn was defeated. Her body flew backward in the jungle like a cannonball, only stopping after smashing through countless trees. Her body was covered with thorns and bushes. Ugh! Terilyn quickly sat up and spat out a mouthful of blood. She knew she was running out of time. Dora's figure was like a phantom that came with the wind, constantly expanding the law of light divine power on the verge of erupting. How could this be? A stream of blood flowed down from Terilyn's forehead and into her eyes, mixing with her tears. She wailed in a low voice. As an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Light Clan, was she going to die here? Moreover, the Light Clan's patriarch had already told the trial field to not let Terilyn die no matter what. But where were the instructors in front of her? Hundreds of meters above the ground, Li Fei, Kulun, and the other instructors stood proudly in the air, overlooking everything in the forest. Their eyes were covered with a faint golden luster, which allowed them to see everything on the ground more easily. Are we really not going to help? Dora wants to kill Terilyn. If Terilyn dies, the old monsters of the Radiant Clan will never let us off. I heard that they dote on Terilyn to the heavens in the Radiant Clan. An instructor said. Li Fei shook her head. No, we don't have to help. Why? Kulun held a ball of light in his hand. Li Fei's lips curled up. These 10 people will all become battle angels, but there can only be one level 7 battle angel. Don't you want to see a winner between Dora and Sheen? This. Kulun's voice was cold. At the cost of Terilyn's life? That's crazy. Shut up, this is the will of the ruler. Kulun was silent. The light grew closer and closer, so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Dola held a blazing sun in her hand, and her domain descended upon Terilyn, making it almost impossible for her to move. Only the heavens knew how such a young woman could unleash such a powerful domain. Goodbye, father. Terilyn knew that her death was near. She closed her eyes, and her bruised body trembled slightly. Buzz! Dola raised this powerful ball of law of light and smashed it down, intending to destroy the entire forgotten forest. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Terilyn's ears, open your eyes and form a wall of light to protect yourself. It was Sheen. Terilyn suddenly opened her eyes. She didn't see Sheen, but she found that she had escaped from Dora's domain. She hurriedly sat up and opened her hands to condense the energy of the light wall. This was the only power that could protect her from harm. In the air, the dazzling light made it difficult to open one's eyes, but Terilyn knew that a force that was not inferior to Dora's had appeared. Boom! An explosion sounded in the dark night. The two forces collided continuously, producing as many as 7 sharp explosions in a second. It was as if the entire forgotten forest was about to be destroyed. Waves of shockwaves swept across the surroundings. Terilyn furrowed her brows and forcibly protected herself with a barrier of light, but she felt a chill in her heart. She knew that the battle between Sheen and Dora was happening in the blurry barrier of light. She was of the same generation as them, but the disparity in strength between them was so great that it was hard for her to accept this fact. Pang! The light sound echoed endlessly, and the victor had been decided. A figure fell from the sky and landed heavily in the forest. Light splashed everywhere, and a gully of at least 100 meters was left on the ground. It was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky. Amidst the lingering smoke, Dora struggled to stand up with the help of her longsword. Her body trembled slightly, and she looked up at the sky and murmured, "What the hell are you?" The sky was dark, and Sheen's petite body was almost completely invisible. Her voice was also very soft as she said, "The trial is over. Unnecessary killing is not a trial, it is bloodthirst." "You bastard!" Dora gritted her teeth. At this moment, Li Fei and the other God Emperor-level instructors landed one after another, and participants from all directions were constantly gathering. The trial was really over. "Terilyn, are you okay?" Li Fei asked calmly. Terilyn shook her head and stood up by herself. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Vice Dean." "You're welcome." Li Fei looked around and saw that there were only 10 participants left. "Congratulations, you will all receive the Battle Angel's inheritance and blessing. I now announce that Dora obtained the most nameplates, but she was just defeated by Sheen, so Sheen is the final number 1 in this God's chosen trial. Dora is ranked 2nd, Terilyn, Lake, and Zhou Shimin are ranked 3rd, and the rest are all in the top 10. Tomorrow morning, all of you will gather at the trial hall and follow me to the temple. The ruler will personally host the Battle Angel inheritance and blessing ceremony for you." "Yes. Now, all of you, stand beside me." Everyone approached. Li Fei stepped on the ground and shouted. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared from the empty forest. Air swirled, and the empty forest returned to its original peace. If they wanted to liven up again, they would have to wait for another 100 years. After dinner, the dormitory was empty except for Sheen and Terilyn. The other girl had already been killed by Dora in the final trial. Sheen leaned against the headboard and closed her eyes. The power of the law of light slowly circled around her. She was still cultivating. "Thank you, Sheen." Terilyn, who was flipping through an ancient book, suddenly turned around and sincerely said, "If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by Dora." Sheen turned to look at her. "No need to thank me. So many people participated in the God's chosen trial, and only 10 people were left. We should cherish each other. In the future, we won't have such a friendship again." Terilyn muttered, "I heard that Luo Pei was killed by you." "Yes, he was courting death." Sheen's voice was calm. Terilyn smiled. "Then, if you meet me before the top 10 are decided, Sheen, will you kill me?" Sheen looked at her indifferently. After a few seconds, she said, "In the Lost Forest, it's not that I can't feel your aura. If I want to find you, it's as easy as flipping my hand." Terilyn was startled. The fear on her face disappeared in a flash, and was replaced by a smile from the bottom of her heart. "Sheen, we're friends from now on, right?" Sheen smiled. "Yes. Lake and Zhou Shimin grew up with me. They're not bad people. Maybe we can unite in the future, although Lake seems to want to pursue you." "Lake?" Sheen smiled. "I remember this person, but I don't have a deep impression of him." "Sheen, Lake is handsome and not weak. Will you be together with him?" "Be together?" Sheen couldn't help but smile. I've never thought about it. Moreover, I can feel that there's someone waiting for me. I want to be with him, and there won't be anyone else. Who is it that our Miss Sheen thinks so highly of? I don't know. I can't remember him. Sheen leaned her head against the headboard and said helplessly. Terilyn closed her book and smiled. It's okay. I'll accompany you. We'll go find him together. Yes. Sheen nodded and thought for a moment. Terilyn, there are a total of 10 of us who will receive the Battle Angel's inheritance. But I feel that things won't be so simple. You have to be mentally prepared. Perhaps what awaits us isn't great power or a noble status, but something else. Yes, I know. This year's Chosen of God trial is indeed strange, but I can't say what it is. Sleep early. You'll receive the inheritance tomorrow. Okay. The next morning, the 10 participants woke up early. After eating breakfast, they gathered in the trial hall. This time, not only was Li Fei present, but there was also another familiar figure. Shi Yan. The blazing angel had arrived. Shi Yan smiled. When she saw Sheen, she opened her arms and hugged her. She patted her back and said, Sheen, you really didn't disappoint me. Congratulations, you will become a powerful rank 7 battle angel. Sheen was a bit dazed, but she still smiled and said, Thank you, Lady Shi Yan. Li Fei said respectfully, Since everyone is here, Lady Shi Yan, shall we go? Yes. Shi Yan lifted her foot and lightly stomped on the ground. Immediately, rays of golden light surrounded the feet of everyone in the hall. With a so sound, everyone's body was pulled into a different plane. After passing through, they easily arrived outside a dignified and solemn building. Giant pillars rose into the sky, hidden in the clouds. This building was actually hundreds of meters tall. It was breathtaking. God Temple, the holiest place in the Western Divine Realm. Follow me. Shi Yan smiled and stepped into the God Temple. The participants followed Shi Yan in. The inside of the temple was very spacious. In the center of the temple, there was a magic seal on the ground. Dozens of meters around it were divine servants. These divine servants were wearing white robes, and their faces were hidden under their hoods. They were chanting something. In the center of the temple, there was a luxurious throne. A person was sitting on the throne, and his body was shrouded in a light curtain. No one could see his appearance. Ruler, Claude. Congratulations, my children. Claude smiled faintly. Sheen frowned. Claude's voice made her hair stand on end. Terilyn, Lake, and the others looked at each other in shock. Although they were all well-known figures of their families, none of them had actually seen Ruler Claude. Even their parents might not have had the honor of seeing him. Dora looked straight at Claude. His eyes were not filled with reverence, but with faith and fanaticism. Claude was the symbol of power and prestige, so Dora naturally felt a sense of servitude and admiration towards him. Chapter 804. You are all the cream of the crop in the divine realm, powerful gods who will rule the various planes in the future. May the holy light protect you forever. Claude's voice was very calm. Now, I will carry out the Battle Angel inheritance and blessing ceremony for you. Remember, Battle Angel is just a title, not a true angel. As long as you become a Battle Angel, you will have a chance to break through to become a 4-winged Radiant Angel. When that time comes, you will be the mainstay of the divine realm. The group of contestants listened respectfully to the ruler's teachings in silence. The 2 seraphs, Shi Yan and Eva, floated to Claude's left and right, one on each side. They looked at the contestants leisurely. Shi Yan said, one by one. 10th place, you go first. The 10th place was a contestant carrying a heavy shield. He respectfully came to the center of the temple and stood still. He knelt on one knee and said, Thank you, Lord Ruler, for your blessing. Claude, who was shrouded in the light, had an indiscernible expression on his face. He merely smiled and waved his hand. In an instant, a powerful wave of divine power enveloped the candidate's body. With a low growl, he fell to his knees, as though he was in great pain. His blood was pumping and his veins were bulging. A strange light elemental power surged in his body, as though it was about to burst his body. Patter, in the sky above the temple, the thousands of statues gathered their palms together. Drops of holy water condensed together. Suddenly, a drop fell, falling straight on the contestant's head. Immediately, a golden light burst out. Ah! The contestant finally couldn't help but scream. His body twisted and struggled, and the shield in his hand repeatedly knocked against the stone bricks. About 2 minutes later, the light dissipated. He lay on the ground powerlessly, but a pair of blood-red light wings flickered behind him. He had received the inheritance. Blood-winged battle angel. The corner of Shi Yan's mouth rose. Eva said, I still remember the scene when I received the blood-winged battle angel's inheritance. Ouch, it was a nightmare. It hurts so much. Cough, cough, Claude coughed behind him, signaling the two restless seraphs to focus on the ritual and not speak nonsense. In the center, the newborn blood-winged battle angel knelt on one knee and said solemnly, Thank you for your blessings, Lord Juggernaut. I will do my best to dedicate my life to light and justice. Claude nodded. Go, next. Number 9, step forward, Shi Yan reminded. The 9th place was a girl. She walked up a little awkwardly and knelt down on one knee to receive the inheritance just like the others before her. Soon, it was Zhou Shimin, Lake, and the others' turn. They had all obtained the level 6 Battle Angel's legacy and all had blood wings. When a pair of blood wings appeared behind Lake, Terralyn whispered, How do you feel? Lake's face was filled with excitement. Thank you, Sovereign Lord. Thank you, Radiant Light. I can sense that my power is greater than ever before. Compared to before the inheritance. Double the power. Oh my God. Terralyn opened her mouth wide, seemingly looking forward to the inheritance blessing even more. Number 3, Terralyn, Shi Yan said softly. Terralyn stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Not long after, a pair of blood wings appeared behind her. Her power of light greatly increased, and her entire temperament seemed to have changed. The confidence on her face became incomparably proud. When she saw Sheen and Dora again, Terralyn could clearly feel that her power surpassed theirs. Number 2, Dora. Shi Yan frowned. She did not like Dora, because this kind of woman who would do anything for power was actually very annoying and frightening. It was said that in order to learn the martial arts of the Sea Breeze clan in the trial, Dora did not even hesitate to sell her body and sleep with Luo Pei. However, Luo Pei had already been killed by Sheen, and she did not feel any pity and was completely indifferent. Dora piously stepped forward and knelt on one knee, saying, Thank you, Lord Juggernaut. I will be loyal to the light for life. Claude smiled in satisfaction and raised his hand to activate his divine power to bless. Whoosh, whoosh, waves of golden air reverberated around Dora. She cried out miserably and fell to the ground, as if her reaction was very strong. Li Fei could not help but frown. What's going on? With Dora's cultivation, she shouldn't be in so much pain, right? Shi Yan squinted her beautiful eyes. Is it the power of darkness? Eva opened her mouth, but did not say anything. Ah! Dora's screams grew louder and louder. She was practically rolling on the ground. This did not seem like a blessing, but more like a curse. Lord Juggernaut, what's going on? Shi Yan asked. Claude's gaze was cold. Pain is just to make her stronger. Everyone just watched, and even felt a little sorry for her. Although Dora was bloodthirsty and cruel, making her suffer like this made people feel pity. Finally, after howling for nearly 5 minutes in the golden light, Dora slowly stood up, trembling. Behind him, a pair of black light wings unfurled with a whoosh. Heavens, a black-winged battle angel! Eva cried out in surprise. Black-winged battle angels, a cursed branch of the battle angel race. What's a black-winged battle angel? Sheen was confused. The shock on Terilyn's face had yet to fade, but she still explained, battle angels are divided into 3 categories. One is the blood-winged battle angel, like us, and the other is the black-winged battle angel. Legend has it that the black-winged battle angel is a cursed member of the angel race. Their strength is lower than the blood-winged battle angel, but as long as they continue to kill and absorb blood, their strength will increase, even far surpassing the blood-winged battle angel. There's another type of battle angel, but it's only a legend. No one knows. Sheen fell silent. In the center of the temple, Dora knelt on the cold stone bricks, her whole body trembling, not out of fear, but out of excitement. Her face was full of a seductive smile. She knew that with her current strength, even 3 Sheens wouldn't be a match for her, because after transforming into a black-winged battle angel, she had broken through to the 50th heaven realm. Blessings and inheritances were ways to imbue divine power into one's body, greatly stimulating one's potential. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many high-level cultivators in the Western divine realm, and they wouldn't be able to compete with the East heaven at all. Terilyn, for example, was originally at the 29th heaven realm, but after receiving the blessing of the blood-winged battle angel, she broke through to the 45th heaven realm. In the future, when she obtained 4 or 6 wings, her cultivation would greatly increase. Angel wings were the privilege of the Western divine realm, and also their advantage. First place, Sheen, accept the inheritance. Shi Yen smiled. She really didn't know how to hide her feelings, and her likes and dislikes were completely written on her face. Sheen stepped forward, and when he brushed past Dora, Dora sneered, and an almost inaudible voice floated into Sheen's ears. You better be able to inherit something stronger than me, or else I'll definitely kill you. Sheen didn't say anything, and only walked forward and knelt on one knee. The corner of Claude's mouth rose, and he raised his hand to carry out the inheritance ceremony. Whoosh, 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 waves of golden air swirled, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a storm had wrapped around Sheen's body. Instantly, a powerful force spread out, and even the entire temple trembled slightly. Dark clouds gathered outside, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Shi Yen looked at the sky outside in surprise. Eva opened her small mouth, and her eyes squinted as she smiled. This year's Chosen of the Gods trial is really interesting. Claude was even more stunned, and he stared straight at Sheen, who was enveloped in the light screen. Among everyone present, only he could see through the layers of golden light. Outside, Dora clenched her fists, and her eyes were filled with anger and hostility. Even the black wings on her back spread out involuntarily, as if she was ready for a fierce battle. Terilyn, Lake, and the others looked at each other. Sheen's power was getting stronger and stronger, and it was rising higher and higher, to the point where they felt an inexplicable sense of submission. So powerful. Li Fei couldn't help but click her tongue. Kulun clenched his fists. Sheen, what kind of identity does she have, to actually have such powerful light divine power? Who knows? The golden shockwaves became thinner and thinner. When the golden mist dissipated, Sheen was still kneeling on one knee. However, a pair of golden wings had appeared on her back. Golden-winged battle angel. Eva took a few steps back, and her face was filled with shock. Sheen actually inherited the golden-winged battle angel. Oh my God, what a blessing. Claude almost couldn't sit still anymore. He coughed and said, not bad, Sheen, you really didn't let us down. The first place of this year's Chosen of the Gods trial is actually the golden-winged battle angel. Very good. Terilyn was dumbfounded. Lake murmured, Sheen's aura is so powerful. She's at least at the 50th level of Grotto Heaven. Zhou Shimin's expression was solemn. What's a golden-winged battle angel? Instructor Kulun's face was full of excitement as he explained in a low voice, the golden-winged battle angel is the king of the battle angel race, superior to the blood-winged battle angels and black-winged battle angels. There's only 1 in 10,000, and legend has it that there hasn't been a golden-winged battle angel in the past 100,000 years. I originally thought this was just a legend, but it seems like it isn't. Legend has it that the golden-winged battle angel is about 50% stronger than the blood-winged battle angel. Zhou Shimin was shocked. Xiyin stood up, hid her wings, and returned to her original position. She glanced at Dora beside her, and said calmly, "Now, do you still want to kill me?" Dora gritted her teeth, and said in a low voice, "Then you have to be careful when you sleep at night." "Okay, I welcome you at any time." The corner of Sheen's mouth rose, and she said, "Even if you don't come looking for me, I will come looking for you. Don't worry." This time, it was Dora's turn to feel uneasy. Being targeted by a golden-winged battle angel was not a good thing. Claude stood up, and his body was enveloped by a holy light. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, the 10 of you have become the cream of the crop among the battle angels. This time's chosen of God trial is not so simple. You will receive a new mission, and you will form a team of 10 to complete a mission that concerns the future of the entire Western Divine Realm. You have 3 days to rest, and that's it. Sheen, you stay behind." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 805. The divine servants retreated with the lamps in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the hall was empty except for Claude, Sheen, Shiyen, and Eva. Sheen was a bit confused. "Ruler, why did you ask me to stay?" Claude calmly said, "You have the power of the Azura in your body. You should understand that, right?" Sheen didn't expect that Claude already knew about this. "Sheen." Claude looked at her with a gentle gaze. "People with the power of darkness in their bodies cannot become true angels. Although you've already completed the inheritance of a level 7 golden-winged battle angel, the power of the Azura in your body will definitely affect your future growth. So, this time, we must completely dispel the power of the Azura and let you become a pure law god of light." Sheen remained silent. Shiyen said, "Sheen, the ruler will use the Lost Paradise to purify your body, but, the Lost Paradise is a cursed god artifact. You'd best think carefully before agreeing. Since ancient times, very few people have ever been able to leave the Lost Paradise. Even god emperors might not be able to do so." Her words were undoubtedly a warning to Sheen. "Shiyen, don't be so talkative," Claude said unhappily. "Yes, ruler." Shiyen lowered her head, her eyes flashing with unease. "Sheen, have you thought it through?" Claude asked. Rather than saying it was a question, it was better to say that it was a form of coercion. "Yes, ruler." Sheen had no choice but to submit to a fate that she couldn't control. "Good. Make your preparations. We'll enter the Lost Paradise in 2 hours." Yes, outside the hall, a cold wind blew, causing Claude and Shiyen's robes to flutter. "Shiyen. Ruler. Are you unable to see where you are?" Claude asked. Shiyen bit her red lips and did not continue speaking. "Sheen is just a wandering soul from the banished land, is it really worth it for you to go against my will?" Claude asked. The great sovereign said that Sheen is nothing more than a wandering soul from another plane. Why should we make things difficult for her? She has already experienced many hardships. If she were to perish in the Lost Paradise now, where would the Heavenly Tao be? Heavenly Tao. Claude smiled. "Shiyen, is she really a wandering soul from another plane?" "Milord, what do you mean?" "Don't play dumb." Claude's voice was cold. No matter how Sheen tries to hide it, she can't hide her sharpness. The divine spark in Sheen's Ehai is an incomplete divine spark of the law of light. The ability she uses is called the Celestial Dragon Crystal. In all the planes of the universe, there's only one person who fits that description, and that's Qin. Claude's eyes were full of cold light. He looked at Shiyen with his sword-like eyes and said, "You are also a top expert with the cultivation of the 99th level of heavens. Can't you see this? Rather than playing dumb, it's better to say that you want to help Qin, right?" "I. Shiyen was at a loss. "Shiyen, you're too kind." Claude said, "If it weren't for kindness, there wouldn't be a second seraph in the Western Divine Realm, right? There's nothing bad about Eva becoming a seraph. Even if that's the case, there's no room for negotiation on this matter with Sheen. Claude suddenly opened his palm, and a dazzling ice crystal appeared in his palm. Even though Sheen was Cheen-een in her previous life, I want her to be baptized in the Lost Paradise. She'll forget everything and become a divine general of the Western Divine Realm. My lord, what are you going to do? Have you heard of soul forging? My lord. Shi Yan immediately knelt down, her face full of pity. Please have mercy, my lord. Once her soul forging, I'm afraid Sheen will never remember who she is. Please reconsider. Say no more. I've made up my mind. Claude said, if Sheen doesn't enter the Lost Paradise, then there's only one outcome for her. Her chief god divine core will be taken away. A wandering soul from another plane doesn't deserve the chief god divine core of the Law of Light. This chief god divine core can only stay in the Western Divine Realm. Shi Yan looked desolate as she murmured, then. I'll listen to my lord and let Sheen enter the Lost Paradise. That's right. 2 hours later, in the Great Hall. Sheen waited quietly. She had already changed into a new set of clothes that belonged to a battle angel. She wore a white shirt and a white skirt, and a cloak embroidered with golden edges. Even her collar was embroidered with a golden cross pattern of the Western Divine Realm. She stood there quietly, as beautiful as a perfect goddess statue. Sheen's looks are second to none even in the Western Divine Realm. Eva sighed. Claude couldn't help but snort coldly. As a blazing angel, you're actually so immersed in your appearance. I'm a woman, after all. A man like you won't understand. I don't want to understand either. Claude walked up and asked, Sheen, are you ready? Yes, Juggernaut. Very good. Claude suddenly opened his palm, and the Lost Paradise in the form of an ice crystal shone with a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, it transformed and became as dazzling as a star. Claude said, all right, you can enter the Lost Paradise at any time. As long as you can survive for 3 days, the Lost Paradise will automatically send you out. Yes, thank you, Juggernaut. Wait, Sheen, Shi Yan suddenly said. Sheen was stunned. Lady Shi Yan? Don't call me lady, call me big sister. Shi Yan sighed. Sheen smiled. Big sister Hyan. All right, Shi Yan smiled miserably and said, come back alive. Sheen didn't say anything else. She turned around and leaped into the Lost Paradise. With a swoosh, the world spun around her as her body was pulled down by a powerful force. There seemed to be no end to this. One plane after another flashed before her eyes, and some of them seemed to bring back memories of the past. However, Sheen didn't even have time to think about it. Suddenly, the light in front of her shone brightly, and she fell into an illusory world. Everything around her was the color of blood, and she couldn't see anything. This is the Lost Paradise. She murmured. This is what the Lost Paradise looks like, Buzz. A ripple appeared in the illusory space in front of her, and a middle-aged man in a long robe walked out. His face was filled with benevolence, and he said with a smile, Xiao-yin, you're back. Behind him, the scenery continued to blur, forming into the shape of a majestic palace. There were also some guards in white robes and silver armor standing guard at the side. That was the Zetian Palace, and the man in front of her was Qin Jin. However, Sheen didn't remember him at all. Who are you? She asked in a small voice. The middle-aged man smiled. After a long time, he said, I am your father, Xiao-yin. How did you get so far away? So far that Imperial Father can no longer see you. Sheen was stunned. Imperial Father? You? Who exactly are you? Qin Jin's smile was still gentle. Xiao-yin, don't wander anymore. Return to Yu's side. That's our home. My poor daughter, you've suffered so much. Don't wander anymore. Imperial Father will always be watching over you. His body was abruptly torn apart by time, and what replaced it was a vast expanse of fertile land. The sounds of battle rang out everywhere. Countless cavalry and infantry charged on the battlefield. The Empire's war flag swayed, but it fell again, and was then trampled by the enemy's iron hooves, filling the ground with mud. Amidst the dripping blood, a young general was covered in blood as he staggered toward Sheen. There were a few arrows in his shoulder and chest, and his leg had been pierced by an enemy's spear. He couldn't walk very well. He dragged his right leg as he walked over step by step, using his longsword to support himself on the ground. That long sword was very familiar, it was Sheen's stellar sword. Xiao Yin. He walked over step by step. Blood flowed down his face, but there was a doting smile on his lips. Xiao Yin, you're back. I've waited for you for 5 years, 5 years. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The sound of iron hooves could be heard, and a huge black shadow descended from the sky. It was a general who was completely pitch black, and he stepped on Sheen's back. Pfft! He vomited blood, and his whole body fell to the ground in a sorry state. He was firmly stepped on by the enemy general. Xiao Yin. My Xiao Yin. Blood and tears flowed out of his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Qin Yin. Pfft! The enemy's spear pierced through his chest, and his whole body was nailed to the ground. Sheen's whole body trembled. She knew him. No. No. She shouted with all her might, but it was to no avail. The enemy general pulled out his sword and grabbed Sheen's short hair. The sword flashed, and blood spurted into the sky. The next moment, his head was already in the enemy's hand. No. Sheen knelt down, and his whole body was on the verge of collapsing. The scene was torn apart again. The surroundings were a sea of blood, and countless corpses were lying on the battlefield. Broken spears and halberds were scattered all over the ground, and the war flag was on the ground, soaked in blood. The Empire had failed. Sheen didn't know what the scene in front of her meant, but she felt as if her heart was being pierced by a sharp knife. Tears flowed down her face, and she knelt on the ground, sobbing bitterly. The lost paradise, the place where all the joy of the world was lost. What was the end of pain? It was heartlessness, and it was forgetting everything. Sheen's whole body trembled, and she lay on the ground full of corpses. She was like a drop in the ocean of desolation and loneliness. Ah! Suddenly sitting up, Lin Muyu sat up from the bed, sweating profusely. Her mind recalled the nightmare just now, and she murmured, Xiao Yin, not far away. Bai Yin, who was sleeping outside the door, also woke up. He hurriedly asked, Your Highness, what's wrong? It's nothing, it's nothing. Lin Muyu said softly, I just had a nightmare, it's just a false alarm. Bai Yin, what time is it now? It's 2:45 in the morning. Oh, is there any news from the East Coast? Not yet, Your Highness need not worry. Go to sleep. Chapter 806. Early in the morning, the area outside Winter Frost City was bustling with activity. Many magic crystal cannons were escorted by soldiers as they slowly entered the eastern capital. Lin Muyu and Tang Xiaoxi stood on the city gate tower, watching as the magic crystal cannons entered the city one by one. Banners fluttered in the distance. Another army had arrived at Winter Frost City. They were the demons from the Endless Forest. A Fox Clan general galloped over on his horse, cupped his fists respectfully, and said, Princess Shi, we've arrived. Tang Xiaoxi nodded. Thank you. Where's Ling Hu Yen? The saint will be here soon. Set up camp 5 leagues to the south of Winter Frost City. Later on, the supplies department will head over to calculate all the demon army's needs and provide them to you. But if there's anything inappropriate, you can report to me. Yes, Your Highness. Feng Jixing looked at the demon army in the distance with a solemn expression, pursed his lips, and said, I hope that the demon's arrival will be able to turn the tides of this war. How many magic crystal cannons do we still have that haven't been shipped over? There's still quite a lot, Qin Xiling said respectfully. Prince Xian, you've also seen it. The magic crystal cannons that entered the city earlier are all huge cannons with a diameter of 80 centimeters. They are the most powerful among the magic crystal cannons we have. A single cannon shot can flatten a small mountain. Therefore, these magic crystal cannons basically require 10 short carriages to move. It's very labor-intensive. Otherwise, logically speaking, they would have arrived at the eastern capital 10 days ago. How's the situation with the defenses along the coast? Feng Jixing asked. Everything is in place, Qin Xiling said with a smile. We've set up enough magic crystal cannons at all the ports that can reach the coast. Their firing range can extend to at least 1 li out into the sea. If the enemy wishes to forcefully land, they'll have a taste of the prowess of the magic crystal cannons. All right. Feng Jixing smiled. I'm relieved now. I've already mastered the 9 heavens Vajra barrier. When should we spar? Use 50% of your strength. You've already mastered the 9 heavens Vajra barrier. Lin Muyu was stunned. Yeah. Feng Jixing's face was full of smiles as he muttered to himself softly. Suddenly, a faint golden wall of light surrounded his body. Sure enough, it gave people an exceptionally honest feeling. The highest realm of the diamond body protection was not fake. The Vajra barrier, the 8th heaven's God Force barrier, and the 9th heaven's battle Vajra all required God Force as the source of energy. Before this, Feng Jixing hadn't stepped into the God realm, so he was unable to cultivate them. Now that he had obtained the forged immortal lattice, he was able to cultivate them in one go. At this moment, in terms of defense, he was probably on par with Lin Muyu, who had the gourd wall and the supreme being lattice. And, let's spar again when we have time. Lin Muyu smiled with relief, but she secretly sighed that she didn't have enough energy. Just practicing the star tactics and the cultivation of spirit tactics was enough to make her tired, and she didn't have time to practice the diamond body fortification. She had no choice. Her cultivation was based on attacking, and every move was fierce. This was probably the price to pay for the strongest attack at the expense of defense. At this moment, a rider flew over from afar and reported. Reporting to your highnesses, there's a situation in the Eastern Sea. Speak. Feng Jixing said. We just received news from Yushu that 3 dragon knights have appeared over 1,000 kilometers east of Blue Wind Harbor. Their flying speed is extremely fast, and according to the speed of the messenger birds, they will arrive at Blue Wind Harbor in less than an hour. What, an hour? Feng Jixing was shocked. Lin Muyu asked, how many troops are stationed at Blue Wind Harbor? Wei Qiu respectfully cupped his fists. It's the Courage Dragon Battalion's 20,000 soldiers. In addition, there are close to 20 magic crystal cannons and countless strong bows and hard crossbows. The Divine Might Battalion's encampment is less than 10 kilometers away from the Blue Wind Harbor. Duke Fan's 100,000 elite soldiers are stationed there and can be deployed at any time. Lin Muyu pondered for a moment, then asked, then which country are the Dragon Knights from? We don't know. The messenger replied. Feng Jixing pressed his hand on the hilt of the Crimson Phoenix and said, shall we go and meet these Dragon Knights? All right. Lin Muyu ordered, Yang Yan, you and Sister Chu Yao stay behind to guard Winter Frost City. Big Brother Feng, Shao Shi, and I will immediately head to Blue Wind Harbor. Wei Qiu, you go to the Divine Might camp and order them to break camp and approach Blue Wind Harbor immediately. Yes. Tang Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue. 3 dragon knights shouldn't be enough to make us mobilize so many people, right? Who knows if it's 3 or more. Shao Shi, don't forget, most of the dragon knights are at the divine realm. They can shatter space and fly. The moment they conceal their presence and fly over the sea, hundreds of dragon knights could descend upon Blue Wind Harbor in an instant. At that time, I'm afraid we will be unprepared. Yes, let's go. The 3 divine realm experts exerted their strength together, and 3 consecutive explosions appeared above the city. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown half a kilometer away. So powerful, Wei Chou, Situ Sun, Zhang Wei, and the others took a deep breath, admiring and envious. The divine realm, that was a supreme realm that mortals revere and yearn for. Blue Wind Harbor, a harbor that was built 5 years ago, had now developed into a small town. Due to the inconvenience of land transportation, many cities in Lingnan and North Ridge had switched from land transportation to sea transportation to save time and effort. There were countless cargo ships in Blue Wind Harbor, and at the same time, many imperial warships were stationed there. When Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and Tang Xiaoxi appeared in the sky above the harbor, they saw cavalry galloping past below. It was the patrol cavalry of the Longdan army camp. Their appearance for no reason added some desolate atmosphere to the harbor. Looking disdainfully at the people in the city, Tang Xiaoxi said, "Looks like the Dragon Knights haven't arrived yet." "Yes." Lin Muyu nodded and spread out her spirit pulse technique. She faintly sensed the direction of a few powerful auras and said, "On the sea, let's go there immediately." The three of them turned into 3 streams of light and headed straight for the sea. In the East Sea, a cool breeze blew, and the waves were unrestrained. Over 10 merchant ships slowly sailed on the sea, and numerous blood-red flags with the image of a bear hung on the merchant ships. With a single glance, it was obvious that they were the ships of the Darkstone Empire, but all of them were merchant ships, and there were only a few guards. In the sky above the merchant ships, 3 huge figures flapped their wings and flew high. Dragon Knights. Among them, the leader of the Dragon Knights wore the badge of a high-ranking general. He had red hair and a handsome face full of killing intent. He looked into the distance and said with a smile, "Looks like the main force is coming to welcome us." A Dragon Knight behind him said cautiously, "Vice Commander Han Shu, are we really going to fly into the territorial waters of the Shattered Cauldron Realm? If we go any further, we might be attacked at any time. After all, we haven't signed the honorary Shang League with them yet." "What are you afraid of?" Han Shu had a cold smile on his face. "This time, His Majesty sent us here to give them a warning. Moreover, I also want to experience the strength of the legendary sacred martial venerables of the Shattered Cauldron Realm. But Lord Commander said that we can't fight with them, lest we ruin our plans." "Shut up. A general can't obey the Emperor's orders in battle. Don't you understand such a simple logic? If Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing attack us, are we just going to sit and wait for death? Calm down, they will be here soon." "Yes." The 2 Dragon Knights behind him grabbed the reins together and caressed the neck of the huge dragon, comforting it and calming it down. Swish swish swish, 3 streams of light tore through the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 3 people wearing magnificent brocade cloaks appeared in the sky ahead. They were Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and Tang Xiaoxi. Dang! The Ice Origin sword was unsheathed and emitted a sharp buzzing sound. Lin Muyu smiled faintly and said, "The territorial waters of the Qin Empire prohibit any foreign race army from entering. Lord Dragon Knights, please return." Han Shu laughed loudly and cupped his fists. "I believe this must be His Highness Emperor Qin of the Shattered Cauldron Realm." "Yes, and you are?" "I am Han Shu, the Vice Commander and Dragon Knight of the Blackstone Empire, one of the sacred martial kings of the Empire." "Greetings, His Highness Emperor Qin." "So it's Lord Han Shu." Lin Muyu returned the greeting and said with a smile, "May I know why Lord Han Shu has come all the way to the territorial waters of the Qin Empire?" Han Shu said, "It's nothing much. It's just that Your Highness has seen it for yourself. These over 10 warships are filled with platinum and silver produced in our Blackstone Empire. His Majesty, the sacred martial emperor of the Blackstone Empire, has over 10 princesses and has long admired the exquisite brocade of the Shattered Cauldron Realm. His Majesty dotes on the princesses and thus wishes to use these gold and silver to exchange for some brocade and satin to make some nice clothes for the princesses. We Dragon Knights have been ordered to escort this batch of precious resources. Your Highness, please let us through." Feng Jixing frowned and said, "Even so, we still can't allow foreign armies to enter our territorial waters. Lord Han Shu, please understand. This must be Prince Xan Feng Jixing, right? As expected, he has a dignified appearance. Han Shu stroked the short beard on his chin and said with a smile, I've long heard that Prince Xan Feng Jixing is proficient in both the pen and the sword. You're well versed in the laws of wind, fire, and thunder, and your peerless saber arts are unparalleled in the world. He narrowed his eyes. Since Prince Xian doesn't agree to our request, then in order to show the friendship between our two countries, why don't we spar with martial arts and seek your highness guidance? This way, I, Han Shu, won't have to return empty-handed. At the very least, I'll be able to witness the demeanor of a hero from the Shattered Cauldron realm. Feng Jixing's gaze was cold, and his two sabers were already enshrouded with gales and killing intent. Wait a minute. Lin Muyu stopped their plan to spar and said with a smile, Lord Han Shu, you're an expert at the sacred martial king realm while Big Brother Feng has only just stepped into the 17th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. If you challenge Big Brother Feng with your 57th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, won't you be seen as bullying the weak? I believe that the Blackstone Dragon Knights are righteous people and wouldn't do such a despicable thing, right? It was true that Feng Jixing was definitely not a match for Han Shu. This was something that he himself was very clear about. Han Shu clenched his fists and said with a faint smile, then what does His Highness Prince Qin mean? Lin Muyu smiled and said, Prince Xian is my elder brother and is stronger than me. I can only be considered second in the Qin Empire. Lord Han Shu, 3 people have come this time around. Why don't you choose the second strongest among you to spar with me? How about it? Han Shu was stunned. The gaze of a dragon knight who wore dark green armor behind him turned cold as he said, Deputy Commander, since His Highness Prince Qin has issued a challenge, then we have no choice but to accept it. Gao Yan, think carefully. He's Lin Muyu, Han Shu said with a disdainful gaze. I know the pros and cons, Deputy Commander, please rest assured. All right then. Chapter 807. I am Gao Yan, the leader of the Black Rock Dragon Cavalry's 9th Squad. I am also a Dragon Rider General and a Martial King. Gao Yan held his dragon spear, his eyes filled with arrogance as he smiled and said, Your Highness, please enlighten me. Gao Yan's body pulsed with a total of 31 waves of divinity. He was a cultivator who had just stepped into the Martial King realm. Lin Muyu lowered her sword and silently looked at her opponent. Gao Yan wasn't that scary. Lin Muyu had already reached the Grotto Heaven realm and wasn't too far away from her opponent. Furthermore, with the strength of her supreme godhead, she might even be able to win. What was scary was Han Shu, who was standing behind Gao Yan. If Gao Yan lost, Han Shu would definitely make a move. At that time, it would be impossible to resolve the situation. However, they had no choice but to make a move. As long as they showed weakness, with Han Shu's ruthless style, he might just kill all 3 of them. Lin Muyu had no other choice. Please enlighten me, Your Highness. Gao Yan raised his dragon spear and suddenly roared. He rode on his dragon and flew over. The dragon spear turned into a sharp cone that carried a whirlwind and pierced straight towards Lin Muyu's chest. It was extremely fast and ruthless. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Almost no one saw how Lin Muyu blocked Gao Yan's attack. She used the fallen star steps in her battle boots, and every step she took caused ripples of blue light to form on the walls of the void. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Lin Muyu's speed was too fast, but she moved in the air as if she was walking on flat ground. In a twirl, she arrived above Gao Yan's head. Her long sword slashed down sharply, and the light was dazzling. Come at me. Gao Yan's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He suddenly flipped the human dragon unity, twisting it as he waved it. Like a drawn bow, the tip of the bow contained a tremendous force as it flew towards Lin Muyu's blade. Bang! The raging flames collided with the gales, and the strong airflow forced several people in the surroundings to retreat. Even Han Shu and the other dragon knight had to retreat slightly on their giant dragons to avoid the shockwaves. Gao Yan's figure flipped, and the giant dragon became incomparably agile. At the same time, the giant dragon's body was enshrouded in a faint azure light, as if it was a star. That was a kind of domain-level power. Once Lin Muyu entered this domain, she would feel as if her feet were stuck in mud, and it was extremely uncomfortable. She had already experienced this ability when she was challenging Lei Wen. The dragon defense spiral was a technique that every dragon knight would eventually master. It was an ability that allowed humans and dragons to become one. Once a dragon knight mastered the dragon defense spiral, their combat strength would increase exponentially. Roar! The dragon let out an angry roar and bit down on Lin Muyu's leg. Be careful! Tang Xiaoxi was so scared that her face turned pale. Crack! The giant dragon bit empty air because Lin Muyu actually increased her speed at the critical moment. She turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward its master with the giant dragon's wings. Her long sword was imbued with star power. 5 mountains descend from the heavens. Gao Lian's killing intent surged. He laughed loudly and raised his dragon spear to parry. Clang! Sparks flew. The two's strength was evenly matched, and the 5 mountains descend from the heavens was neutralized just like that. However, Lin Muyu's speed was faster, and her change of moves was also faster. As the sword in her right hand spun, her left fist was already covered in frost, and it directly hit Gao Lian's shoulder, icy jade frost. Pang! Gao Lian's entire body trembled, and a golden ripple surged out from his shoulder. The protective wall around his body was instantly shattered into pieces, and frost rapidly gathered on his shoulder. The numbing sensation was very piercingly cold, and his speed was also reduced. Wang! Lin Muyu's movements were smooth. After that punch, her body slanted, and her entire body was like a bow that was filled with energy. Her right leg was filled with the power of the law of ice, and it was still the power of icy jade frost. After Yang Li's law of ice cast immortal lattice was tempered, Lin Muyu's attainments in the law of ice had greatly increased. Every strike was forceful and powerful, and it was clearly not something that Gao Lian could withstand. Pang! Her battle boots kicked Gao Lian's neck without any hesitation. The strength of this kick was so great that Gao Lian's body was about to fly off the back of the giant dragon. However, the dragon imperial battle spiral forcefully pulled him back, and he tumbled along with the giant dragon, cutting a sorry figure. Woo! The giant dragon let out a sorrowful cry. Its master was injured, and it was affected as well. Gao Lian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his neck and shoulders were almost covered in frost. He had lost, and he could no longer fight for a short period of time. His face was flushed red, and no matter what, he never expected this result. Lin Muyu's strength had already shocked him, but what truly made Gao Lian feel defeated was still Lin Muyu's fierce attack method and speed. That was a strength that far surpassed the strength that a martial venerable should have. Vice Captain, I. Gao Lian held onto the giant dragon in shame, and barely managed to not fall. Use the law of fire to dispel the frost. Han Shu looked at him coldly, and said, "This battle is not your fault. It is the opponent who is too strong." Yes, Vice Captain, Han Shu steered the giant dragon forward and smiled. The purpose of this spar is to make friends through martial arts. Thank you, His Highness King Qin, for your teachings to my subordinate. However, seeing that your Highness's cultivation is so impressive, Han Shu really can't hold it in anymore. Why don't your Highness give me some guidance as well? The aura in Lin Muyu's body was slowly flowing back, and she said with a smile, "Lord Han Shu, you must be joking. You're a martial king, and I'm a martial venerable. The difference is so great, and I'm no match for you." Han Shu laughed out loud. "Your Highness, you're too polite. Since that's the case, why don't we invite His Highness King Qin, His Highness King Xian, and Princess Shi to attack together? How about 3 against 1? 3 against 1? Feng Jixing was stunned. This Han Shu was too arrogant. However, he did indeed have the right to be so arrogant. After all, Han Shu was a super expert who was about to step into the ranks of divine emperors. Once he broke through to the 60th level of heaven, he would be a true divine emperor. Tang Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she did not say a word. Lin Muyu also fell silent. Han Shu could not help but laugh out loud. It can't be, right? With such a vast territory, could it be that the three strongest people in the Shattered Cauldron realm do not dare to join forces to fight against a mere Han Shu? Dang! Dang! Feng Jixing drew his two sabers and had already made up his mind. You, Princess Shi, don't let the deputy commander of the Blackstone Empire's Dragon Knight troop look down on the Shattered Cauldron realm. Since he wants to fight 1 against 3, then let's do it. Lin Muyu smiled. All right. Tang Xiaoxi did not use the nation-suppressing whip. Instead, she lowered her hands gently, and streams of intense flames covered her entire body. Her nine-tailed demon fox transformation was about to appear. Everyone, make way. Han Shu smiled and said to his two subordinates, don't be affected by my shattering powers. Gao Yan and the other Dragon Knight naturally knew how powerful Han Shu was. As long as Han Shu went all out, it was rare for him to meet a match. Although the three people in front of them could summon the wind and summon the rain in the Shattered Cauldron realm, they would most likely be defeated if they really went against Han Shu. The air seemed to be filled with suffocating air currents. Perhaps because the air currents were no longer flowing, the entire space seemed to have become a prison. That was a domain that was stronger than any of Lin, Feng, or Tang's domains. Han Shu cupped his fists, rode on the giant dragon, and said with a smile, Han Shu, a cultivator at the 57th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. My ultimate technique is called Heaven Shattering Fist, and it uses the power of spatial laws. Please enlighten me. Feng Jixing let out a low yell and took the lead to attack. The Scarlet Phoenix and Azure Dragon created two storms and pounced towards their opponents. Peng! When Han Shu raised his fist, the space in front of him froze. With a loud bang, countless cracks appeared in the plane in front of him, as if glass was about to shatter. Feng Jixing's saber force was instantly dispersed. Even the space was destroyed, so what could the power of the wind attribute do? What a terrifying spatial destructive power! Feng Jixing's body spun, and his face was filled with shock. Let's attack together. Lin Muyu didn't care if it was embarrassing or not. She rushed out like lightning, and her sharp sword turned into a golden light, instantly launching a concentrated sword slash at Han Shu's left side. However, Han Shu also responded with heavy punches, and every punch carried the power to destroy the space, completely sealing off Lin Muyu's sword chi. Hula! Flames swept past, and it was Tang Xiaoxi's close combat attack. Her sharp claws were enshrouded in light, and the nine-tailed demon fox's beautiful figure disappeared in a flash. The sharp claws landed on Han Shu's back, but a spatial crack also appeared there, almost perfectly blocking Tang Xiaoxi's attack. Ah! Tang Xiaoxi was sent flying by the power of space. Raising her palm, she attacked the dragon's abdomen with a divine array seal from below. Buzz buzz buzz, as if it had sensed the impending danger, the giant dragon let out a roar. Han Shu's arms shook in unison, and a thick dragon imperial battle spiral enveloped the giant dragon. With a loud bang, flames soared into the sky, and Tang Xiaoxi's divine engraving seal was naturally ineffective. Whoosh! Feng Jixing got close and slashed. The Crimson Phoenix was extremely fast, and struck the divine wall in front of Han Shu's chest with lightning. This time, Han Shu's reaction couldn't keep up. He didn't expect Lin, Feng, and Tang San to attack so fast. This strength was not like a Saint Martial Venerable, but a group of monsters from another plane. Rip! Lin Muyu's attack landed on the divine wall almost at the same time. Although it couldn't penetrate the divine wall, it consumed a lot of the divine power that Han Shu used to strengthen the divine wall. Get lost! In a hurry, Han Shu could only attack one person, so he chose the weaker Feng Jixing, and heavily punched Feng Jixing's chest. With a loud bang, Feng Jixing flew back 100 meters, his face ashen. The fighting Vidra's protective divine power couldn't even withstand a single punch from Han Shu. Now is the time, Feng Jixing said sadly. In just half a second, when Han Shu raised his head again, he saw a longsword surrounded by pure divine power of the law of fire. It was Lin Muyu's dragon flame spiral break. Puff! The divine wall was broken in one blow, but the power of the spiral break was also exhausted. You're dreaming, Han Shu roared. Under the impact of the air wave, Lin Muyu's body seemed to be imprisoned. In the next second, Han Shu's iron fist landed on her abdomen, consecutively breaking the dragon blood battle shield and the wall of the gourd, causing Lin Muyu to vomit blood instantly. However, a golden vine wrapped around her arm, tightly wrapping around Han Shu's neck. Like a rubber band, Lin Muyu was pulled back in less than 2 seconds after being blasted away. A black arrow appeared in her hand out of nowhere, and she conveniently stabbed it into Han Shu's neck. Puff! Blood splattered, and Han Shu was instantly stunned. The divine power in his body was quickly blocked and drained away. In the blink of an eye, he almost lost all his strength. Demon Heart Arrow, you! Han Shu stared at Lin Muyu, dumbfounded. Chapter 808. Yes, it's indeed the demonic heart arrow. Lin Muyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "It's a treasure found by the merchants of your country. Lord Han Shu, now that your divine power has temporarily disappeared, do you still want to continue fighting?" Han Shu's face was pale. Continuing to fight at this time was simply courting death. Han Shu's divine power had been sealed by the demonic heart arrow, and he could only have the cultivation of the divine sky realm at most. As for the other 2 dragon knights, one was injured, and the other was frightened. They were definitely no match for the 3 people in front of them. The Qin Empire is indeed full of talents. After Han Shu sat on the dragon's neck, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your teachings, your highnesses, and Princess Shi. Han Shu will go back and report to His Majesty now. The diplomatic relations between the Blackstone Empire and your country will certainly last for a long time. After the Honorable Shang League is concluded, the major merchant guilds of the Blackstone Empire will send merchant ships." "Thank you very much." He was obviously much more polite than before. Lin Muyu didn't want to kill Han Shu. Killing him was a small matter, but attracting the 2 martial god-level experts of the Blackstone Empire would be a big problem. Moreover, this battle was just to make a show of force, so there was no need to kill them all. The Qin Empire needed time to prepare their forces. Then, "Thank you, Lord Han Shu." Lin Muyu looked at the dozen or so merchant ships on the surface of the sea and said, "I will personally escort these merchant ships into Blue Wind Harbor. After they have unloaded their cargo and replenished their food and water supplies, they will return the same way." "Then, what about our cloud brocade?" Gao Lian couldn't help but ask. Lin Muyu smiled, "We naturally have cloud brocade, but it's very expensive, so we can only give you half a ship's worth of cloud brocade and silk." "What?" Gao Lian was a little angry. "Is cloud brocade more expensive than gold and silver? We have more than a dozen ships with very deep drafts, which are genuine platinum and silver." "Gao Lian." Han Shu suddenly scolded, "Don't be rude to His Highness. Since His Highness said so, he must have good intentions. Half a ship's worth of cloud brocade is fine." "But..." Gao Lian wanted to say something but hesitated. He was stopped by Han Shu's fierce gaze. "Then, we won't see you off," Lin Muyu said respectfully. "Goodbye." Han Shu cupped his fists and urged the dragon to fly back. A few minutes later, the dragon had already flown far away. Gao Lian's face was pale as he said, "Vice Captain, we've lost these gold and silver ships just like that. How are we going to explain this to His Majesty when we return? In order to raise this amount of gold and silver, the provincial treasury has been emptied." "Cut the crap," Han Shu said coldly. "Is money more important or your life more important? I don't need to remind you about such a simple matter, right? Just now, Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing could have killed us at any time, but they didn't. Don't you know when to stop?" But Gao Yan's expression was one of unwillingness as he said, "But if we lose this gold and silver, how will we explain it to His Majesty and the Marshal? Just say that there was a sudden storm on the sea and all the merchant ships were destroyed. But, once the merchants who unloaded the goods return to their countries, this matter will definitely be exposed. Don't worry, they'll never be able to return to the Blackstone Empire." Han Shu's eyes flickered with a sharp glint. "Order the 3rd Dragon Rider squad to wait on the islands along the way. Once these merchant ships return, kill them all without leaving a single one. All the merchant ships must sink forever in the sea." "Yes, sir." Gao Yan's expression flickered with fear and reverence. In the afternoon, the fleet stealthily entered the port and was quickly received by a group of imperial soldiers. The soldiers of the Longdan army camp personally moved the goods. Watching the chests of platinum and silver being unloaded from the ships, Lin Muyu sat down on the dock, feeling very smug. She took a bottle of wine from an attendant and took a full gulp. A rich alcoholic fragrance immediately filled her mouth. The snowflower brew was as refreshing and sweet as ever. "When did you learn to drink?" Feng Jixing sat down beside Lin Muyu and asked for the wine. Lin Muyu gave him the bottle and said, "Drinking can keep out the cold and strengthen your courage." "Ha ha ha." Feng Jixing drank a mouthful of wine and said, "The great princess Yu actually wants to use wine to strengthen her courage? What a joke. I'll be the first to not believe it. Otherwise." Lin Muyu gazed into the distance and said, "A single vice-commander of the Blackstone Empire's Dragon Rider squad is enough to make the 3 of us feel like we can't handle it. Once their army arrives, I'm afraid we'll have to use wine to strengthen our courage and fight bravely." Feng Jixing nodded in tacit agreement with Lin Muyu's words. He thought for a moment and said, What do you think our chances of victory are?" 30%, Lin Muyu muttered. "If the magic crystal cannons can cause large-scale destruction, maybe 40%. However, this is based on the premise that the 3 empires of the celestial pole continent are at war with each other. Otherwise, fame and fortune will leave us like fleeting clouds." Feng Jixing said, "The eastern capital can be considered settled. I'll be going to Skyspan province in a few days. Do you have anything to say to me?" "Yes, you must take care." "That's nonsense." Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxi landed lightly on the ground and fished out a light golden gourd from her spatial pouch. She handed it to Lin Muyu and said, "Here, this is a gift from Sister Chu Yao." "A gift?" Lin Muyu shook the gourd. There was liquid inside, and after she pulled out the stopper, a strong aroma of wine wafted over. This was flowery wine, which had been brewed for at least 100 years. Tang Xiaoxi explained with a smile, "This kind of gourd is only grown in the entire Lanyan city by the Department of Spiritual Medicine. It's called glass gourd and won't wither even in winter. It matures once every 50 years. The surface of the gourd is as hard as iron and can resist flames and sabers. It's an excellent raw material for wine gourd and was originally used to hold medicinal wine. Sister Chu Yao knows that you like the taste of flowery wine, so she packed some and asked me to give it to you. Sister Chu Yao is so considerate." Lin Muyu sighed in admiration and tied the gourd to her waist, but she laughed at herself inwardly. Fortunately, she wasn't very used to fighting with the pear blossom spear. Otherwise, she would be like a reincarnated Lin Chong if she used the gourd on the pear blossom spear. Feng Jixing looked into the distance and said, "I really don't understand what the Blackstone Empire is planning. They're just testing us." Lin Muyu said, "It's just like fighting a snake. We have to test the waters time and time again before finally delivering the fatal blow. I think this time, Han Shu has figured out our strength and will soon launch an attack." Feng Jixing's eyes turned cold. What would have happened if we had been defeated? Lin Muyu smiled. "Han Shu will kill us and take our heads to claim credit. In 3 days at most, all the warships of the Blackstone Empire that are docked on the coast will rush here. Now that the east wind is blowing, their warships will arrive very soon." Feng Jixing clicked his tongue and stood up abruptly. "Brother Feng, where are you going?" "I'm mobilizing the troops of a few counties. I think a full-scale war will break out in half a month. As she spoke, Feng Jixing had already walked away. Lin Muyu untied the gourd and tied it back after drinking a mouthful of liquor. She also stood up and said, Xiaoxi, let's go back to Winterfrost City. In the icebound pole, a barren grassland was gradually shrouded in snow and wind. This grassland was called the Green Plains, and was the warmest place in the entire icebound pole. Every year in the summer and autumn, the ice and snow on the Green Plains would melt, and the trees would sprout and bear some fruits, bringing some vitality to the land. But now, the Green Plains had been occupied by a dense demon army. Countless armor demons were digging the ground in search of potatoes, bugs, rats, and hibernating snakes to fill their stomachs. But even so, they still could not fill their stomachs. Under the imperial canopy, the demon emperor Feng Yuan's aged face was full of vicissitudes. On the side, Feng Jing, who was already a wife, wore a gray robe and closely guarded her father. Feng Ning, on the other hand, wore a snow-white robe and rode a warhorse to inspect the situation of the army. Tuck, 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 the sound of hooves approached. It was a messenger. Reporting to your majesty, 132 armor demons have starved to death in the camp today. Marshal Qianfeng has sent a letter saying that no new living territory has been discovered. Got it. You may leave. Feng Yuan gently waved his hand and said, Marshal Shen, how many men and horses do we have left? Shen Baichuan respectfully said, reporting to your majesty, there are 30,000 armor demons and 40,000 Zhongnan iron cavalry left. Most of the Zhongnan iron cavalry have followed Marshal Qianfeng to find new territory. We only have 30,000 armor demons here. Yes, got it. Feng Yuan lightly held his cane and said, what a good Wei Chou. He forced us so badly. As long as Marshal Qianfeng finds a new territory, we will definitely make a comeback and make them pay with blood. Feng Ning, moved her red lips and wanted to say something but stopped. Ning, what's wrong? Feng Yuan glanced at her. Father, Ning thinks that the most important thing is to find a suitable place to live. Revenge is only secondary. We can't overturn the entire god race for revenge. Yes, father knows what you mean. I know. Feng Yuan closed his eyes. He needed to rest. However, the moment Feng Yuan closed his eyes, a tyrannical aura appeared in the sea of snow in front of him. His body trembled. What's wrong, your majesty? Shen Baichuan asked. A strong enemy has arrived in the north. Prepare for battle. Yes. The armor demons raised their weapons and shields. Pairs of bloody eyes stared at the snow in the north. There, groups of giant beasts with scorching auras were descending. Roar, roar, roar. Following the roars and the flapping of giant wings, black figures emerged from the curtain of snow one after another. They were actually dragon riders. Their entire bodies were wrapped in leather robes and armor, but strands of cold light seeped out from within their helmets. Their ice-cold dragon spears were pointed straight at the demon camp. Below the dragon riders was a group of beast cavalry shrouded in the heat of dragon flames. The mounts looked like fierce tigers, but they weren't. The cold swords were ready to be fired. They are, Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and said with a trembling body, could it be, that the heavens want to destroy our god race? As the war drums sounded, the armor demons rushed toward their opponents in a dense mass. In the sky, the giant dragons flapped their giant wings and opened their mouths to spit dragon flames on the ground. The crowd of armor demons turned into a sea of fire. The power of the god-state warriors crisscrossed in the sky. The cold wind and snow intertwined, playing a sad song of destruction. The demon race was finished. Chapter 809. Snowflakes drifted between the sky and the earth. The snowfield stretched as far as the eyes could see. The cold wind was blowing, making the warhorses snort. A group of fatigued cavalrymen unloaded their armors and hung them on the sides of their horses. Even the demon battle flags had been crooked. They zigzagged on the snowfield and tried their best to avoid ice caves and icebergs. Otherwise, the horses would not be able to pass through. Qianfeng appeared to be especially cold as he tightened the fox-skin scarf around his neck with a thick layer of frost on his dashing eyebrows. Frowning, he seemed to have smelled something. At the same time, he quivered all over and stopped where he was. "Marshal, what's wrong?" a deputy general asked. "There seems to be a smell of blood." Qianfeng replied with a tight frown. "Smell of blood? How far is His Majesty's encampment from us?" 5 miles at most. Qianfeng became a bit restless as he abruptly whipped his warhorse and shouted, "Cavalrymen in the vanguard, follow me at full speed. Hurry up, everybody, drop your armors and march at full speed." The group of high-level demon cavalrymen became dumbfounded. Closely after that, they whipped their horses and followed Qianfeng. The hooves of the horses clattered against the layer of ice, creating a creaking sound. With over 1,000 cavalrymen marching together, it was as if there was an earthquake. Even the layer of ice began to crack, as if it would collapse at any moment. The smell of blood grew increasingly intense. When Qianfeng set foot on a piece of unfrozen wasteland, he saw an unforgettable scene. The boundless wasteland was covered with corpses of demons, armored demons, winged demons and senior demons. Broken limbs were everywhere. Demon battle flags were crooked and broken. Many armored demons' corpses were still burning. The smell of burnt flesh mixed with the smell of blood was very unbearable. "Your Majesty." "Jing'er." Qianfeng slid off the horse absent-mindedly as he staggered forward. His battle boots stepped into a puddle full of blood, splashing blood all over his body. Behind him, the cavalrymen were all shocked. Looking at the purgatory-like encampment, they were scared out of their wits. This was a nightmarish day for the demon race. It was even more miserable than the fiasco in the 8 wastelands. On this day, the demon race lost their last hope and became a masterless soul on the continent. "Marshal Qianfeng," the deputy general said with a gloomy face. It seemed that Qianfeng had not heard that. Leaning on his long sword, he walked towards the distance step by step. Over there, numerous armored demons' corpses were piled up like mountains. In the center of the corpses were a group of high-level demon guards with long swords. They were lying on the ground in disorder. Some of them had their hearts pierced through, while some had their heads chopped off. They all looked extremely miserable. Qianfeng trod on the blood while his blood-stained cloak was fluttering in the cold wind. He looked pretty embarrassed. There were many corpses of high-level demon guards around him. They were killed for protecting their masters. Armor demons in the periphery were killed for protecting Versatile Emperor. Right in the center of the battlefield, some headless corpses were lying there quietly. Why did this happen? Qianfeng sat in the blood with gloomy eyes. He held the cold hand of a corpse beside him. The strong wind messed up his long hair. He murmured, "Why? What did Jing, and Ning, do? Why did this happen?" He suddenly smiled, and his smile was extremely ferocious. He laughed for a long time. He laughed crazily until tears flowed down his cheeks. "Marshal!" In the air, a winged person shouted, "People are coming from the west. It seems to be a group of people riding dragons. They have launched an attack on us. What should we do?" Qianfeng held the headless corpse of Feng Jing, and said lightly, "Bury the bodies of His Majesty and the 2 princes. Leave the 2nd Battalion to resist the enemy. The rest of you, retreat with me. We have no food and weapons. We are no match for them." "Who are they?" the deputy general asked. "That is the emblem of the Tianji Empire." Qianfeng looked into the distance and said, "Retreat." The deputy general panicked. "Marshal, we have nowhere to retreat." "Where can we go?" 8 wastelands. Let's return to the continent." 2 days later, in the eastern capital, Winterfrost City. Although it was already spring, the walls of Winterfrost City were still covered in a thick layer of frost as if it was winter. The soldiers on the walls were breathing into their palms to keep warm. In the distance, on the frozen road, two figures on horseback were approaching, carrying a golden flag on their shoulders. It didn't look like a war flag, but more like some kind of envoy's scepter. "Stop, or we will shoot." The general in charge of guarding was Zhang Wei. He stepped on the battlement with his saber in hand. He shouted, "Who are you? How dare you come to the eastern capital without permission? You don't look like people from the Shattered Cauldron world." One of the skinny men smiled. "That's right. We are envoys sent by Lord Fang Lan, commander of the Tianji Empire's Long Ji Corps. We are here to give gifts to His Highness King Qin." "People from the Long Ji Corps?" Zhang Wei raised his eyebrows. "Isn't the Long Ji Corps eating meat and drinking wine in the Tianji Empire? What are you doing in the Shattered Cauldron world? Take them down." The small door opened. Dozens of Imperial soldiers rushed out and easily took down the two envoys. "General Zhang Wei," one of the Imperial soldiers said respectfully. "We found a few brocade boxes on their horses. Would you like to take a look? Open them." "Yes." When the brocade boxes were opened, Zhang Wei could not help but gasp. The arrogance and perverse look on his face were swept away. He said coldly, "Let's go. Bring them to Lingxi Palace." "Yes." The sound of horse hooves galloped in the city. Very soon, they arrived at the East Palace. After several days of renovation, the palace looked brand new. Golden inscriptions were engraved on it. The three big words, Lingxi Palace, were engraved on the palace door. The name was thought up by Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing together. As for why they named it that way, the two of them were not clear. It was probably because of Tang Xiaoxi. A morning meeting was going on in Lingxi Palace. As the commanders of the various corps and the officials of the 3rd, 4th, and 6th divisions were staying in Lingxi Palace, the morning meeting was held very early. A huge sand table was placed in the center of the palace. It was filled with blue chips that represented the military strength of the various corps. However, there were no red chips because no one knew where the military strength of the celestial pole continent was. "Your Highness." Zhang Wei's voice came from outside. "Something bad has happened." "Zhang Wei, what's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Feng Jixing raised his eyebrows and asked. Zhang Wei strode into the palace on the red carpet and said, "Two envoys who claim to be from the Tianji Empire's Long Ji Corps have arrived outside the city. They have brought gifts to offer to your Highness you." "This gift, what's the matter? Why are you stuttering?" Lin Muyu said, "Just what kind of gift is it? Bring it here." "Yes." Zhang Wei waved his hand. 3 imperial guards carried the brocade box into the palace and placed the gift on the king's steps. "Why are you being so mysterious?" "Open it," Tang Xiaoxi said. "Yes." The imperial guards opened the brocade box. Immediately, Tang Xiaoxi, Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Qin Yan, and the others were stunned. There were 3 heads in the brocade box. The heads of Feng Yuan, Feng Jing, and Feng Ning, Tang Xiaoxi staggered and fell to the ground. Her mind was blank. She muttered, "How could it be like this? Her Highness Ning, Who killed Her Highness Ning, so cruelly?" She burst into tears. She had been trapped in the sky-reaching gorge of the Devil clan for so long, but it was Feng Ninger who had accompanied her all the time. Who on earth killed such a gentle and graceful girl so cruelly? Her Highness Ning, Lin Muyu's heart was filled with bitterness. Feng Ning's voice and smile were still vivid in his mind. He took a step forward and knelt on one knee in front of Feng Ning's head. His voice trembled slightly as he said in a low voice, "Rest in peace, Ning, are you all right?" Feng Jixing looked at Lin Muyu worriedly, then looked at Tang Xiaoxi. He knew that when they were in Lanyan City, Feng Ning had expressed her admiration for Lin Muyu. This kind of feeling was indescribable. Although they were not fated to be together, Lin Muyu definitely did not feel good seeing her being killed so cruelly. Reaching out to close the brocade box, Lin Muyu could not bear to look anymore. He hugged Tang Xiaoxi's shoulder and helped her up. He said in a cold voice, "Zhang Wei, bring the two envoys in." Yes. The two envoys walked in slowly with arrogant expressions. The skinny one did not bow. He raised his head and looked at Lin Muyu. Looking at the rusted gold cloak behind him, he said, "You are Her Highness King Qin, Lin Muyu?" "That's me." Lin Muyu's gaze was calm. He said, "When did the Long Ji Corps come to the Shattered Cauldron world?" The envoy laughed. "When your highness was in a deep sleep." Feng Jixing narrowed his eyes. "There's no need to think about it. You guys actually went to the Devil Race's territory first. The Long Ji Corps must have come from the land bridge in the extreme north. But what I find strange is, how did you guys manage to cross the land bridge in the wind and snow that mortals can't endure? Even a sacred region expert would be frozen to death on the land bridge, let alone you guys." The envoy cupped his fists and smiled. "You must be Her Highness King Xian, Feng Jixing. It's actually very simple. The dragon race is the race closest to God. The dragon race can use dragon flames and dragon imperial battle spin to help our soldiers survive the harsh cold. Right now, the 400,000 soldiers from the Long Ji Corps and the Lu Ji Corps have gathered in the desert north. I heard that your country has been at war with the devil race for many years. Our commander, Lord Fang Lan, gave the order to wipe out the devil race to avenge your highness' humiliation. I've received orders to send the heads of the devil race's king and the two princesses as gifts. Your highness, please accept them. Before long, our Tianji Empire's Honorable Shang League will be stationed at your country's port. I hope that we can trade with each other and prosper together. So I should be thanking you guys?" Lin Muyu smiled coldly. "There's no need to thank me." The envoy smiled and said, "As long as your highness King Qin is happy." "No, there's one more thing that can make me even happier." The king of Qin suddenly raised his hand, and a flash of sword light flashed 10 meters away. The envoy was suddenly speechless. His head rolled down from his neck, and his body fell to the ground with a loud crash. Blood splattered on the envoy beside him. "Someone, bring a brocade box and put his head in it. Let another envoy bring his head back to report the completion of the mission. Just say that this is my, Lin Muyu's, gift of thanks. I hope that Commander Fang Lan will accept it." Lin Muyu's voice was cold and brooked no objection. Finally, they still declared war. Feng Jixing muttered to himself for a while and said with a smile, "Although it's only a matter of time." Lin Muyu couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She finally understood the meaning of the poem that the second prince of the Celestial Empire, Qin Yu, had given to her. The mountain is high and the river is long, and the journey is long. The light snow has just stopped, and it is raining continuously. Warm wine and chat in the pavilion. Who cares about the endless snow elsewhere? In fact, Qin Yu had long known that the Tianji Empire had sent elite troops across the northern polar land bridge to launch a sneak attack. But why didn't he tell her about it clearly? It was probably because Qin Yu didn't want the Tianji Empire to win, and he didn't want the Shattered Cauldron realm to win either. What he wanted to see the most was a lose-lose situation. When she thought of this, she felt an indescribable chill in her heart. No matter how sinister the world was, it couldn't be more sinister than the human heart. Chapter 8:10. Thank you, Your Highness, for sparing our lives. Another envoy trembled as he held the brocade box containing his comrade's head. He retreated and ran away as if he was afraid that Lin Muyu would suddenly change her mind and order him to be killed. Fang Lan of the Long Ji Corps only wanted to use the head of the demon race's leader to demonstrate his power, but he didn't expect that Lin Muyu wouldn't be threatened at all. The entire Lingxi palace was silent. No one spoke, only the sound of the guards dragging the corpses away could be heard. Lin Muyu placed her hand on Tang Xiaoxi's shoulder and ordered, "Men, bring the corpses of Feng Yuan, Feng Jing, and Feng Ning, down and bury them outside the city." Follow the etiquette of an emperor and bury them together with the dukes and nobles of Winterfrost City in the royal mausoleum. Yes, Your Highness. The officials were silent. Only one person raised his head. It was Zhen Yifan. He said respectfully, Your Highness' actions just now were inappropriate. We shouldn't have killed the envoy of the Long Ji Corps. I'm afraid that the Long Ji Corps will soon march south. I know. Lin Muyu nodded. Duke Fan's teachings are correct. But I really couldn't hold back just now, so I killed that despicable and arrogant person. Now that I've made a huge mistake, I can only take one step at a time. What does Your Highness plan to do? Xiang Yu asked. Our deployment has been broken. Lin Muyu walked down the steps and pressed the position of the Tong Tian Gorge on the sand table. Maybe this is the first place to be attacked, not the east coast. Xiang Yu was shocked. Then, we must immediately redeploy, or else it will be too late. No, it will be too late. Lin Muyu asked, Duke Wei, how many troops do we have on the Tong Tian Gorge and the 8 wastelands? 50,000, a total of 100,000. Wei Chou said concisely. 100,000. Zheng Yifan frowned. The demon race still has tens of thousands of armor demons and steel cavalry, but they still failed at the last step. I'm afraid that the 100,000 soldiers of the Empire may not be able to stop the 400,000 soldiers of the Tianji Empire, right? That's true, Lin Muyu said. The Steel Blade Army is willing to head to the 8 wastelands to defend against the enemy. Luo Exan cupped his fists and said. No need. Why? Just now, the envoy also said that there are 400,000 soldiers of the Tianji Empire. What he said might not be true. Lin Muyu took a deep breath and said, I've been to the icebound pole once, and it's indeed very cold. Mortals can't withstand that kind of temperature at all. The continental bridge is actually the continental shelf that connects the 2 continents. Although it's flat ground, the temperature is too low, and there's no food there. There are glaciers everywhere, and chariots can't pass through at all. Let me ask you, how could the 400,000 troops of the Tianji Empire cross the continental bridge? The Tianji Dragon Riders only have around 210 people, and they still need to leave some Dragon Knights behind to guard the border. That's why there are no more than 100 Dragon Knights here. 100 Dragon Knights are not enough to provide protection for an army of 400,000. He frowned, and said, according to my estimation, the Longji army will at most have 20 to 30,000 people. It is impossible to have more, but there might be more than 100 Dragon Knights. It is more troublesome. Zhen Yifan said, then how are we going to defend now? Will they attack the Empire's garrison in 8 wastelands? They will, and they definitely will. But the main force of the Tianji Empire will definitely come from the sea, this is certain. Lin Muyu stretched her arms, and said, this is just my personal guess. If anyone has any opinions, you can say it. Xiang Yu said, the most important thing now is to inform the Empire's garrison in 8 wastelands to strengthen their defenses, to prevent the Longji army from sneaking an attack. Yes. Lin Muyu nodded. Wei Chou, send someone to send 10 letters immediately, just in case there are any mistakes along the way. Yes. Other than that. Lin Muyu muttered, pick 10,000 elite cavalry from the Longdan army camp, bring magic crystal crossbows, and set off as fast as possible to reinforce 8 wastelands. I will go personally. What? Zhen Yifan was stunned. Your Highness, you are the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, you can't go personally. It's all right, Master Fan. Zhen Yifan frowned, but Zhen Fang smiled at the side. Father, it's all right, Your Highness, you is skilled and bold, and the Tianji Empire has sent out the Dragon Riders. I'm afraid that only Your Highness you can go to 8 wastelands personally to control the situation. Yes, that's the only way. Zhen Yifan cupped his fists. Your Highness, you, please be careful. Don't worry. Lin Muyu glanced at Tang Xiaoxi, Feng Jixing, Qin Yan, and the others, and said, I will go to 8 wastelands. Shao Shi and Brother Feng stay behind to preside over His Highness Feng Ning's funeral. You must not be lacking in etiquette. Feng Jixing frowned. You are in a hurry to go to 8 Wastelands. I'm afraid it's not as simple as defending the Northern Territory, right? As expected, nothing can be hidden from Brother Feng. Lin Muyu lowered her voice and said, there are 3 people in the demon race that we are most afraid of, Feng Yuan, the Saint Master, and Qian Feng, but they only sent us Feng Yuan's head. What does this mean? Feng Jixing's body trembled. It means that Qian Feng is still alive? That's right, if Qian Feng is still alive, then I must go to the north. Mu, what do you want to do? Tang Xiaoxi asked worriedly. Fight for all possible friends. You want to rope in Qian Feng? That's right. Qian Feng is a great general talent. The Tianji Empire destroyed his country. This is a great opportunity for us to fight for Qian Feng. If Qian Feng is willing to pledge loyalty to the Qin Empire, then it's like adding wings to a tiger. You're right. Tang Xiaoxi said, then I'll go with you, at least we can look after each other. Anyway, the eastern capital doesn't need me. Lin Muyu had no choice but to nod, but when we arrive at 8 Wastelands, you have to listen to everything I say. I know. Tang Xiaoxi showed a trace of a smile. After the morning meeting ended, the officials dispersed. Everyone was anxious, and many officials were whispering. When the 2 envoys from the Tianji Empire arrived in the morning, it was tantamount to the 2 countries tearing off all pretenses, and an all-out war was about to break out. The rare few years of peace in the empire had passed, and in the blink of an eye, an unprecedented storm was about to come. Outside the city, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. 10,000 elite cavalrymen of the valiant Dragon Legion went into battle with light gear. They took off their armors, and only carried swords and magic crystal crossbows. They even only brought a day's worth of dry rations. Along the way, they passed through the provinces of the empire, so it was not a problem to replenish their rations. Lin Muyu took off the Wangju cloak and changed into a white imperial robe armor, looking as handsome as before. Riding Snow Walker, she accompanied Tang Xiaoxi and left the eastern capital with the cavalry. Wei Chou and Bai Yin followed closely behind. On the city wall, Situ Sen and Situ Shui watched as the crowd left. Only the 2 of us are left again. Situ Sen said angrily, good things always happen first for Wei Chou. It's so infuriating. Situ Shui giggled, it's not necessarily a good thing to go against the dragon riders. Don't you think so, Ouyang Yan? Ouyang Yan, on the other hand, looked into the distance absent-mindedly. After a long time, she murmured, Tang Xiaoxi's crimson brocade dress is so beautiful. Situ Shui, woo, the flames in the illusion soared into the sky, burning every inch of the girl's skin and soul. She curled up in a corner and wailed in a low voice, enduring the pain that ordinary people could not bear. This was the 3rd day since Sheen entered the Lost Paradise, and it was also the last day. The entire ice crystal looked like it was about to melt, and the hall was also brightly lit. Claude's body was enshrouded in holy light, and he looked at Sheen in the Lost Paradise with a stern gaze. A cast immortal godhead slowly flew out of his will see and floated in the air, emitting divine power as it poured the soul-forging profound energy into the Lost Paradise. As the ruler of a region, the supreme god of the Western divine realm, Claude had always been ashamed of the grade of his godhead. He could not bear the fact that the dignified ruler only had a mere caste immortal godhead. So when he saw Sheen's over-god godhead almost breaking out of its cocoon in the Lost Paradise, his eyes flashed with greed. Lord Ruler. Behind him, Shi Yan knelt on one knee, and her voice woke Claude up, pulling him back from his greed. Oh, it's Shi Yan, what is it? Claude asked calmly. It's already the 2nd day, the ruler must have used up a lot of his divine power. Shi Yan looked up at him and said, please rest, ruler. Shi Yan will help you look after the Lost Paradise. As she spoke, she glanced at Sheen in the Lost Paradise and said, if you continue, I'm afraid Sheen won't be able to hold on much longer. She'll turn to ashes. Claude smiled. If she can't even withstand this level of test, then she doesn't have the right to be the golden-winged battle angel of the Western divine realm. Alright, I'm going to rest for a while. You watch over her. Yes. Shi Yan. Lord Ruler, what is it? Don't be biased. No one can save Sheen, only she can save herself. Do you understand? Yes, your subordinate understands. Then I'll go. I'll be back in 2 hours. Yes. As soon as Claude left, Shi Yan floated over to the lost paradise. Looking at Sheen, who was about to turn into a soul, she couldn't help but feel heartache. Poor girl. She murmured, did fate torture you so much just to give you a new life? But Sheen couldn't sense Shi Yan's words. Her sea of consciousness was becoming blurry, and all of her memories were about to disappear into the lost paradise. If a person lives without emotions, then they aren't fit to be human, and they aren't fit to be a god. Shi Yan murmured in a low voice. Suddenly, some powder flickered in her hand and fluttered into the lost paradise like willow catkins. The powder passed through countless boundaries and finally seeped into Shi Yan's body, making her no longer so painful and becoming peaceful. Shi Yan. A voice came from behind. It was Eva. Shi Yan was startled. She didn't turn around, but her face was deathly pale. Don't worry. I won't tell the ruler. Lao Hua stood side by side with her and smiled. Is that the powder of the red spider lilies? Yes. For Sheen, you've really gone to great lengths. Chapter 8:11. The fire grew fiercer and fiercer, and the entire lost paradise had become a sea of crimson flames. Sheen's body had disappeared, and only a few rays of light could be seen floating above the lost paradise. That was the power of her soul. Her soul form was already being reconstructed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, outside the hall, radiant angels, strength angels, and energy angels spread their wings and landed. They could feel that Claude's aura was becoming chaotic and violent, so they released their divine power and slowly gathered it into Claude's body. Claude immediately calmed down, and his aura became calm. The crystal in his palm slowly trembled, and the edge of the lost paradise was showing signs of cracking. However, he did not stop, continuing the final process of forging his soul. Shi Yan stood behind Claude, not saying a word, her beautiful face full of worry. Outside, the night was deep, and the moon was getting higher and higher. It was almost midnight. However, what made Shi Yan's heart ache was that the lost paradise had also calmed down, and Sheen, who had entered the lost paradise, was completely silent. She seemed to have stopped resisting. What's going on? She muttered. Eva gritted her teeth. Sheen, she can't be unable to bear the power of the ruler and have turned into ashes, can she? The flames in the lost paradise burned fiercely, but they were extinguishing. The final process was finally over. Claude didn't say a word and looked at the lost paradise coldly. To his despair, he discovered that the lost paradise's spiritual power had been depleted. It was no longer a divine weapon and had been reduced to a mortal-grade ice crystal. Sheen, in the distance, the other 9 participants were also waiting for Sheen to break out of the cocoon. Terralyn looked worried. She could also feel that Sheen's aura had almost completely disappeared. She's still trash in the end. She can't bear the hope of the divine realm at all, Dora sneered. Terralyn glanced at Dora with hatred. She really did not want to accept this reality. Lake said in a low voice, "It can't be. It can't be. How could Sheen die just like that? It can't be." At that moment, Claude let out a low growl. With a flip of his hand, he flipped the lost paradise upside down, causing it to fall to the center of the hall like a small mountain. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, filling the entire lost paradise with flames. However, under the control of the sovereign's power, the flames were quickly extinguished. Amidst the thick smoke, it was a mess. The lost paradise was filled with burn marks. Sheen, Terralyn was stunned. She's not dead. Shi Yan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The dignified blazing angel was so agitated that Li Fei, Kulun, the other instructors, and the group of radiant angel were somewhat dumbfounded. After all, Shi Yan was a famous ice beauty in the Western divine realm. She didn't show her emotions on her face, but now, it was clear that the layer of frost on her face was gradually fading away. Amidst the ashes of the lost paradise, the young girl sat there like a jade statue hugging her knees. Her face was almost completely buried in her arms, making it impossible for anyone to see her clearly. Shi Yin's clothes had been completely burned away, her fair and flawless body was hidden in the ashes, giving off a sense of beauty as if she had just survived a calamity. Shi Yan was already prepared. She flew over and wrapped a white cloak around Shi Yin's body. She said softly, "Shi, are you all right?" Shi Yin didn't speak, but her body was trembling slightly. She raised her head, and her exquisite face was as beautiful as if it had absorbed the spirit of heaven and earth. However, her eyes were closed, and the long eyelashes at the corner of her eyes were surrounded by a faint golden flame. She was trying hard to open her eyes, and her eyelashes were trembling slightly, as if she was in great pain and difficulty. "Something's wrong." Claude, whose whole body was shrouded in a dark light, narrowed his eyes and said, "Shi Yan, be careful." "Ah." Shi Yan was startled. At this moment, Shi Yin's eyes finally opened, and a golden flame seemed to devour everything from her eyes. The moment they met her eyes, the radiant angel, the energy angel, and the group of contestants felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What kind of eyes were those? People didn't want to see them, and even the gods had to retreat. Under Shi Yin's eyes, people felt that there was nowhere to hide. At the same time, a wave of golden flame quickly swept out with Shi Yin as the center. Boom! Shi Yan cried out in pain, and she used her arms to block her chest. 6 wings spread out behind her. She even had to enter her angel form to resist the impact of Shi Yin's eyes. It was a kind of penetrating power that was a mixture of the law of light and the law of fire. It was very shocking. "Shi Yin, close your eyes." Claude suddenly opened his arms, and suddenly a wall of light appeared, enveloping the impact caused by Shi Yin in the wall of light. There was an endless peng 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 sound, and Claude's expression became slightly ugly. She closed her eyes, and the moment she closed her eyes, the soul-stirring force field disappeared. Everyone sighed, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. How could this be? Shi Yan stood a few meters away from Shi Yin in a daze, almost unable to recognize her. "It's the blazing eyes," Eva said calmly. Claude nodded. "Yes, the blazing eyes have reappeared in the heavenly realm." "What? What's the blazing eyes?" The person who asked was Li Fei, the vice dean of the training field. She had 96 grotto heavens, but she didn't even know about the legend of the blazing eyes. Claude waved his hand and said, "Don't ask. No one is allowed to spread the news about the blazing eyes, or they will be punished by the Western Divine Realm." Everyone bowed their heads. "Yes, Master." Shi Yan murmured, "What now?" "According to the original plan, we'll carry out the banishment tomorrow." Claude's voice sounded like it came from an ice cave. He felt a chill in his heart. He had originally planned to use the lost paradise to train Shi Yin's soul and refine her over-god personality. However, Claude didn't expect her to be so strong-willed. Not only did she endure the destructive flames of the lost paradise, but she also benefited from the disaster and awakened the blazing eyes. The blazing eyes were only a legend in the immortal realm. However, Claude knew that the last person who possessed the blazing eyes became the master of the heavenly realm. What would the Shi Yin in front of him be? Fortunately, Claude was relieved that the soul training was a success. Shi Yin was obedient to him. Even if she had the potential to become the master of the heavenly realm, she was still his dog. Thinking of this, Claude felt a little proud. He said calmly, "Shi Yan, bring Shi Yin to rest. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not open the blazing eyes. Do you understand?" With Shi Yan's support, Shi Yin bowed and said, "Yes, Master." "All right, go." Claude looked at the crowd again and said, "All of you are dismissed. All participants will come to the hall tomorrow morning to accept the next mission. Duo La, stay here. I have arrangements." "Yes." The crowd left the hall and turned into streaks of light, flying towards the various spirit mountains in the distance. Duo-la was dressed in tight-fitting clothes. He stood quietly in the hall and said respectfully, "Master, I'm here." Claude looked at Duo-la and activated his divine strategy ability. He could see through everything about Duo-la. Duo-la was different from Sheen. What she wanted was very clear: power and status. However, Claude could not see through Sheen. There were always some people in the world that divine strategies could not see through. Claude knew what they were. "Duo-la, do you want to become a four-winged radiant angel, or even a seraph?" Claude asked calmly. "Yes, it's my dream." Duo-la's gaze became heated. She knew what the master meant by this. However, Claude sneered. "Unfortunately, you're just a level 6 battle angel with black wings. You're just a lowly piece of trash. What right do you have to become a seraph?" Duo-la was startled. However, what she felt was not humiliation. Instead, she felt a kind of excitement. A kind of excitement that was almost twisted. She straightened her body, revealing her pair of peaks. She said, "Because I can complete the mission the master gave me. No matter what the master wants Duo-la to do, I'll do it even if I have to give up my life." "Good. You're a smart person. Come, these are the artifacts I'm giving you." A faint light condensed in the air in front of Duo-la to form two treasures. One was a spear that glowed faintly, and the other was a blood-red dagger. Both of these artifacts contained divine power. They were undoubtedly divine weapons from the Western Heavens realm. "These are the Dig Spear and the Dagger of Time." Claude's voice seemed to come from purgatory. He said calmly, "The Dig Spear can pierce through all god walls. Even a god emperor of the 99 heavens would have to respect the Dig Spear. The Dagger of Time can reverse time. It's incomparably sharp. These two treasures are the divine artifacts I'm giving you. You need to be careful with them." Duo-la held the two divine artifacts. Her voice trembled with excitement. She said, "Master, please grant Duo-la a mission." "Ha, you're indeed very smart." Claude shrugged and said, "I'll send 10 of you to form a small team. Tomorrow, you'll be expelled from the divine realm and become wandering gods of the lower realm. You'll complete the mission I'm giving you. In the process of completing the mission, if Sheen does anything disloyal to the Western divine realm, you're free to judge. But remember, don't let her open her eyes. If Sheen uses the eyes of blazing dawn against you, you'll have to use the Dagger of Time to deal with it. Remember, if you want to kill Sheen, you'll have to use the Dagger of Time to blind her eyes of blazing dawn. Otherwise, you'll never succeed. Use the Dig Spear and the Dagger of Time well. I wish you success." "Yes. But you must also remember that Sheen is the hope of the Western divine realm. If she remains loyal to me, you mustn't harm her. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Duo-la couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She knelt down respectfully and said, "Duo-la will remember the master's teachings. Don't worry, Duo-la will definitely complete the mission." "Good." Claude smiled faintly. "You and Sheen are both candidates for the Blazing Angels. However, you still need more training. At the very least, it'll take 100 years. At the very most, it'll take 10,000 years. Go and have a good rest. Tomorrow will be the day you'll be the center of attention." "Yes." Putting the Dagger of Time into the leather pouch at her waist, Duo-la carried the dazzling spear and leaped out of the shrine. Like a meteor, she fell towards the training field. Only Claude was left in the empty shrine. His eyes suddenly became a little dazed. He looked at the stars in the sky and murmured, "Eyes of blazing dawn. Eyes of blazing dawn. Is this my fate?" Chapter 8:12. Moonlight shone on the floor tiles of the room like water. The girl sat quietly by the bed, her eyes still closed. This was Shi Yan's residence. The Blazing Angel's residence was very quiet, just like Shi Yan herself. Shi Yan sat by the round table in the room, holding the stellar sword. Her fingertips brushed across the blade, constantly sharpening it, causing sparks to fly. She was actually sharpening the sword for Sheen. The room was silent, only the sound of sharpening the sword could be heard. How do you feel? After a long time, Shi Yan suddenly asked. Lady Shi Yan, what kind of feeling are you asking about? Sheen respectfully asked. But her respect made Shi Yan feel a little unfamiliar. She frowned and said, the feeling after obtaining the eyes of blazing light. I don't know. Sheen shook her head and said, this is a divine gift, but I can't use it well. The eyes of blazing light is very destructive, it's better not to use it if possible. Shi Yan smiled meaningfully and said, Sheen, do you still remember who you are? I remember. I am a level 7 golden-winged angel of the Western Divine Realm, one of the gods under ruler Claude. Her voice was calm, but it was not to be questioned. Shi Yan couldn't help but feel a little pain in her heart. Could it be that the powder of the red spider lily didn't leave behind any memories? That's good, it's good to forget everything. Shi Yan stood up and put down the sword, saying, only by forgetting everything can you let go. Only then will you be able to live freely. Perhaps this is the best result for you. She stood up and was about to leave when her hand was suddenly pulled. It was Sheen. Her speed was unbelievably fast, and she had silently approached Shi Yan. What is it? Shi Yan raised her eyebrows and looked at her. Thank you, Sheen said with her eyes closed, thank you, Sister Hyan, but I can't say too much. Shi Yan was overjoyed, but she suppressed her joy and nodded, yes. Be yourself. I will send you off tomorrow. In the future, I will always bless you, Chin-een. Chin-een? Sheen was startled. Why did you call me that? You'll naturally understand in the future. I'm leaving now. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to pick you up and bring you to the shrine. All right. Sheen did not speak again, and neither did Shi Yan. They both knew that it was best for each other to remain silent. As Shi Yan slowly flew towards another shrine in the spirited mountain, Sheen could not see her off and could only sense her direction with her spiritual sense. Fortunately, after the torment in the lost paradise, not only did Sheen obtain the eyes of blazing dawn, but her spiritual sense, hearing, and smell had also greatly improved. At least, it was not something that cultivators of the same level could compare to. Under the moonlight, she quietly walked back to her room and lay on the bed, burying her face in the pillow. She did not dare to open her eyes, afraid that if she opened her eyes, everything she treasured would turn into ashes. The Eyes of Blazing Dawn was a holy artifact formed from flames and light. It could destroy everything and control the universe, but it was also a curse. If she had a choice, she would definitely not want this pair of Eyes of Blazing Dawn. The next morning, the shrine was very lively. Almost all the 4 winged angels had arrived, and the 2 seraphim, Shi Yan and Eva, had also arrived. When Sheen, Terilyn, Dora, and the others arrived, Claude also appeared. Terilyn stood under a huge stone pillar, staring at the spear in Dora's hand. She could not help but exclaim, that's the spear of Diggs. How is that possible? Isn't the spear of Diggs the weapon of the ruler? How could it be in this woman's hands? Dora sneered and did not respond. Lake whispered, Terilyn, don't speak, the ruler is here. In the sky, golden clouds slowly gathered. Claude stepped on the clouds, surrounded by a group of radiant angels. He looked down at the 10 final winners of the God's Chosen Trial and said, you are all the pride of the western heavens, but today you must accept your destiny, exile. From today onwards, you are no longer battle angels, but banished angels. Lake was shocked. Exile? Zhou Shimin also looked shocked. Lord Ruler, why did you exile us? This is the destiny of your generation of battle angels. Don't ask too much. Claude said indifferently, from today onwards, the 10 of you only need to listen to Sheen. She is your captain, and Dora is your vice-captain. Although there are only 10 of you, you shoulder the future of the entire western heavens. Follow me, I will take you to the Star Cave, and your exile will begin there. Sheen, Dora, do you understand? Yes. The two girls bowed respectfully. Claude, however, spread his arms wide. Suddenly, a powerful wave of telekinesis enveloped them and penetrated Sheen and Dora's mental defenses. Immediately, the two of them felt as if they were under his control. A powerful wave of will was forcibly injected into their minds, as if it was an order that they couldn't defy. Within 3 years. Sheen panted heavily, her face pale. Dora continued her words and said softly, help the celestial pole continent, destroy the shattered cauldron realm, and seize the sovereign's godhead. All right, don't speak. The 10 of you, follow me. With his hands behind his back, Claude proudly flew towards a spirit mountain in the distance. The star cave was a pitch-black and deep pit that led directly to a plain outside of the god realm. The divine spirits of the western god realm who were severely punished would be thrown into the star cave, and the extremely strong power of the universe would send them to another realm, but it would definitely not be the god realm. Once you enter the star cave, you will be involuntarily sent to another plane. Therefore, hold each other's hands until the end, understand? Yes. Terrelin quickly held on to Sheen's hand. Lake originally wanted to hold Sheen's hand, but he did not get a response, so he could only hold on to Terrelin resentfully. As for Dora, she seemed to be on good terms with the others. In the end, it was Zhou Shimin who was the link between the two forces in the team. Claude's gaze turned gentle. He spread his arms and said with a smile, go, my children. I hope that you will become true experts and become the pride of the divine realm. The 10 of them leaped up together and floated in the air. Then, they slowly descended into the star cave. Very soon, the tearing force in the star cave became stronger and stronger, to the point that they could no longer stand steadily and fell into the dark space together. Light flashed before their eyes. Hundreds of meters in the star cave was equivalent to passing through countless planes. Sheen had the highest cultivation among them, so she felt the least pulled by the star cave. She held on to Terrelin's hand tightly. Terrelin, on the other hand, was very flustered. She had never experienced such a space before. Sure enough, it was as if she had been banished, becoming an abandoned existence in the divine realm. Where are we going? Luo Fei, who was in the crowd with a shield on his back, asked loudly. Luo Fei was a very inconspicuous person. His results had always been outside the top 10, but in the last 2 trials, he had performed outstandingly and entered the top 10 with a light attribute defensive martial art. I don't know. Dora held her companion's hand in one hand and the dig spear in the other. The ruler banished us, but he didn't specify where we should go. Perhaps we have to find this place ourselves. Sheen's heart stirred, and she quickly searched through the passing planes. Sure enough, there was a somewhat familiar one. She hurriedly pulled on Terrelin's hand and struggled to get closer. As a result, with Sheen's pull, everyone followed along. The gravitational force grew stronger and stronger, and soon, everyone deviated from the star cave's trajectory and fell straight into another plane. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, starlight flashed before them, making it almost impossible to see anything clearly. Plane cracks continued to appear, and after an unknown amount of time, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they fell uncontrollably into the dark earth. Bang, 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 even if he was a well-known figure in the god realm, he still fell flat on his back from the powerful impact. Sheen maintained a posture of landing on one knee. She could be considered the least battered among the group. She closed her eyes and sensed her surroundings. Not far away, a black mountain stood in the wasteland, and it was very familiar. This was the Black Mountain. This was the land of exile. Sheen was overjoyed. As expected, she found it. Where is this? Another girl among the 10, Dory, asked blankly. Dory was a candidate from a mid-tier family, and ranked 10th in terms of results. She was also the one with the lowest cultivation in the group, so she chose Dora. Only by following Dora could she protect herself. I don't know. Dora's gaze was calm. But the people in this plane aren't very strong. I can sense them. Sheen smiled inwardly. Naturally, they weren't very strong. She had already taken care of the ultimate experts in this plane. Be careful. Zhou Shimin pointed to the other side of the Black Mountain. Countless auras have appeared there, and some of them are rather strong. We'd better be careful. Sheen, on the other hand, leaped into the air and headed straight for the mountain top. Sheen, be careful. Lake and Terralyn shouted together. Dora frowned and said calmly, our leader is really reckless. On the plains on the other side of the Black Mountain, an army was slowly advancing. The sound of war chariots grinding against the ground was very heavy. A few leaders riding on giant wolves looked around, and the giant wolves under them opened their bloody mouths and let out low growls. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the mountain ridge, attracting everyone's attention. Who is that? A leader asked with squinted eyes. No matter who it is, the land of exile doesn't welcome any invaders. Kill her. Roar. A few leaders riding on wolves brandished their battle axes and charged up the hill. However, as they approached the other party, they were suddenly stunned. One by one, they slid down from the backs of their wolves and knelt on the ground. They respectfully said, your subordinates greet the Dark Moon King. Sheen smiled in satisfaction. I'm back. Gather everyone. Yes, Dark Moon King. How impressive. Terralyn couldn't contain her joy. Sheen, is this your army? Yes, this is the land of exile, Sheen said. Dora raised his eyebrows. Leader Sheen, we don't want to go to the celestial pole continent, but you brought us to the land of exile. What is the meaning of this? The ruler doesn't seem to have this intention. Sheen said indifferently, the celestial pole continent is too far from the immortal realm. Only experts with the cultivation of God Emperor can travel to the celestial pole continent in one go. With our strength, we will only be harmed if we forcefully break through. Moreover, it is said that the Shattered Cauldron realm has a strong army. Since we want to help the celestial pole continent win this war, why don't we lead an army from the land of exile? I am the leader. I have the authority to decide. Dora couldn't refute. He clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Terralyn looked at the sky, her eyes glowing with a faint golden light. She said, the passage from here to the Shattered Cauldron realm will connect in about 3 days. We need to wait for the wheel of time to rotate, so we still have 3 days. N. Chapter 8:13. In the afternoon, the sun shone on the deserted jungle. Under the mottled shadows of the trees, the powerhouses of the land of exile were being reviewed by the Dark Moon King. Although they had prepared very seriously, they still looked crooked and uneven. The resources in the land of exile were very scarce to begin with. Not to mention a uniform military uniform, they did not even have a weapon. As for the chariots and other things that fell from the alternate dimension, they were also pieced together and could be said to be vulnerable. Sheen wore the white robe of a battle angel and stood in front of the army like a beautiful jade sculpture. Dora sat on a crooked tree and sneered, this kind of motley crew actually looks real. If the Western Heavens realm wants to rely on this group of trash to win against the spiritual mountain army of the Eastern Heavens realm, it's simply a fool's dream. I say, Sheen, do you really plan to bring these people to the celestial pole continent? Sheen didn't reply and just continued to use his spiritual sense to sense and review the army. A commander-class combatant walked forward and respectfully knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, a few days ago, a battleship crashed into the banished lands from outer space, but their luck was very bad. They crashed into the Black Mountain and were burnt to a crisp. This subordinate has checked. Other than the metal plates, the weapons on the battleship have all been destroyed and can no longer be used. Warship, Sheen didn't seem to understand. The leader smiled and said, so the sky warship is an ultimate weapon that can fly in the sky. Except for God, the sky warship is invincible in the universe. The iron sheets you are talking about? Sheen muttered. Yes, iron sheets, some useless things, said the leader. Can these iron sheets travel through dimensions without melting? Asked Sheen. Well. The leader pondered for a moment and said, I used to be one of the executive officers on a warship. These iron sheets are made of special materials that can withstand the pressure and high temperature of hyperspace teleportation, so they must be able to withstand the baptism of the sand of time when crossing dimensions. To be honest, if it weren't for the protection of these iron sheets, I would have been burnt to a crisp after I strayed into the wormhole back then, and I would never have had the chance to serve the queen. All right. Sheen said, collect these iron sheets and forge them into large iron boxes, big enough to hold people. What does the queen mean? Sheen smiled and explained, I want to take you guys to the celestial pole continent, so I need to make sure that you won't be corroded by the sands of time. Pass down my order to use iron sheets to build metal boxes. My army will be able to travel between planes in these boxes. Each box will contain 100 people, and they will be connected in pairs. We'll set off in 3 days. Those who are unwilling to go will have to remain in the banished land. The leader was stunned. The celestial pole continent? Yes. Does your majesty understand the celestial pole continent? I don't know, but it's said that the celestial pole continent is rich in resources, with countless food and beauties. Wow, go go go. We'll follow the queen. We'll have no regrets even if we die. You're really good. Hurry up and forge the boxes. Yes, we'll do our best. Under a tent made of tattered canvas, Dora, Luo Fei, Dory, and the others surrounded a bonfire, bored to death as they watched the food gradually cook over the bonfire. Fortunately, they had brought spare food in their spatial bags. Otherwise, they would have starved to death in a place like the banished land. After all, Dora, Luo Fei, and the others weren't willing to eat the food in the banished land. Sheen is gathering his army. Dora looked at the bonfire with a deep gaze and said, Don't you guys have any ideas? Dory's thoughts were simple. She said, having enough troops is a guarantee of winning a war. Isn't what Sheen is doing wrong? Besides, completing the mission and returning to the heavenly realm will be the credit of all of us. You're really simple-minded. Dora glanced at her and said, Once Sheen holds power, can you guarantee that Sheen won't try to kill us? After all, if someone dies in the celestial pole continent, even the Lord Ruler might not be able to detect it. Dory was stunned. Another young man who was cutting meat with a dagger raised his head and said with a smile, Let's not talk about these mobs from the banished lands. In fact, as long as Brother Luo Fei says the word, we can have as many troops as we want. Da Vinci, what do you mean by that? Dora squinted his eyes and smiled. Very simple. Luo Fei is the young master of the Nia family, and the head of the Nia family is a friend of the celestial pole continent's Tianji Empire's emperor, Baiming Yuan. In other words, if Baiming Yuan sees young master Luo Fei, he'll probably have to call you his nephew. Is that so? Dora smiled sweetly and looked at Luo Fei. Young master Luo Fei, is that so? Luo Fei frowned and said indifferently, Sheen is the captain of our battle angel team. Moreover, she's a golden-winged battle angel and has awakened the eyes of blazing dawn. In terms of status, she has long surpassed any of us. I feel that, it's better not to secretly compete with Sheen, lest we end up in a bad situation. What do you mean by that? Could it be that young master Luo Fei is afraid of Sheen? Dora smiled meaningfully. Don't forget, you're the young master of the Nia family. You have millions of troops behind you. Why would you be afraid of a mere Sheen? Luo Fei gritted his teeth. Sheen is also the sister of the blazing angel Shi Yan. Just based on this, who would dare to offend her? Dora opened her mouth. She was actually speechless. The dancing flames set off her beautiful face, and her mature body under the battle angel uniform was especially alluring. Dora, don't think too much. Give up. Luo Fei's gaze swept across Dora's chest as he said indifferently. Dora smiled. Late at night, the cold wind howled. The night environment in the land of exile was extremely harsh. Wild winds swept up flying rocks and smashed everything around them, so much so that the Battle Angel team had to activate a divine power barrier to defend against this kind of environment. Luo Fei wrapped himself in a blanket and placed his shield beside him. His ears were filled with the howling of the sand, but he couldn't sleep. He lay behind a rock to hide from the wind, but the sound only grew louder. After tossing and turning for a long time, a faint aura suddenly appeared behind Luo Fei. His whole body trembled. There seemed to be two lumps of softness pressed against his back. He didn't need to think to know what it was. His father had been very strict since he was a child, forbidding Luo Fei from getting close to women and being distracted. However, Luo Fei was already in his 20s, the age where he was full of vigor. He naturally knew what was behind him. It was a beautiful woman, and she was almost naked. It was Dora. She was the only one in the entire Battle Angel team who was so bold and unrestrained. Luo Fei trembled all over and could hardly speak. Fortunately, Dora didn't speak either. She just rubbed her full chest, and at the same time, one of her arms groped Luo Fei's chest. His ears were full of warm breaths. To have such a beauty as his companion in this barren land, Luo Fei couldn't help but be confused. He maintained the last of his calmness and looked into the distance. Terralyn, Lake, and the others were all wrapped in blankets and asleep. Sheen was sitting there leaning against the stone wall with her eyes closed. It was unknown if she was already asleep. Dora leaned close to his ear and asked softly, "Are you coming?" Luo Fei's heart was in a mess. He stretched out his fragrant tongue, and suddenly a warm feeling came, making Luo Fei feel as if he had fallen into an abyss full of flames, sinking deeper and deeper, unable to extricate himself. Under the flickering flames, the two bodies rolled together, releasing the passion and desire belonging to God. At this time, in the 8 wastelands, a lonely city stood in the wind and snow. Zhongnan City, which originally belonged to the demon race, had become one of the territories of the empire. Looking from afar, the Zhongnan City in the wind and snow was shining with a ray of light. It was the light of the soldiers who were responsible for guarding the city wall holding torches. Since receiving the news of Long Ji Corps' attack, the entire Zhongnan City had entered a state of high alert. In the city, candlelight swayed in the marshal's residence. The huge map was filled with small words. The 8 wasteland plain was vast, it was as big as half of the Zhangnan province. There were dozens of cities belonging to the Zhongnan family scattered here and there, and the Zhongnan city was only the largest city among them. Lin Muyu pressed her hand on the ground and slowly walked to the table. Tang Xiaoxi held up a candle to illuminate for him. At the side, Wei Chou, Bai Yin and the others had an anxious look on their faces. Finally, after a few minutes, Wei Chou could not bear it anymore and asked, "Since we have already received the news of Qianfeng's troops, we should take advantage of the situation and attack." "Your Highness, what are you waiting for? If we waste any more time, I am afraid that Qianfeng and his remaining Zhongnan iron cavalry will be completely annihilated." "I know, don't be anxious." Lin Muyu looked at the marked position of Long Ji Corps on the map and said, "Wei Chou, look at the terrain here. It is true that Qianfeng's army is trapped in the Wild Donkey Valley, but outside the Wild Donkey Valley is an even bigger valley, and it is a horseshoe-shaped valley. With the military strength of Long Ji Corps, I am afraid it will be easy for them to destroy Qianfeng's army, but they did not. Why is that? Could it be a trap set for us?" Wei Chou had been in the army for a long time, and naturally saw through it. "That's right." Lin Muyu pressed her palm on the table and said, "Fang Lan is waiting for us to rescue them. The road from Zhongnan City to the Wild Donkey Valley is very rugged, we cannot use too much military strength, at most a few tens of thousands of people, but just a few tens of thousands of people is definitely not a match for Long Ji Corps, they have the help of the Dragon Cavalry Regiment, it is not that simple." "Then what do we do now? To save or not to save Qianfeng's troops?" "Save, but we need to bluff." "What do you mean?" "How about this?" Lin Muyu took a deep breath and said, "You lead 20,000 Longdan Army Camp elite cavalry out of Zhongnan City, and bluff 50 miles away from the Wild Donkey Valley. Remember not to go more than 10 miles away from Zhongnan City, or else it will be easy to lose the cover of the magic crystal cannons and be chased by the dragon cavalry in the sky." I will lead 500 people, all dressed in white robes, and cross the mountains from the southwest snow region into the icebound polar lands, bring enough ropes, and rescue Qianfeng's army from the back of the mountain. Shaoxi will stay in Zhongnan City and be ready to receive us at any time. This plan must be careful, one mistake will lead to eternal damnation. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Chapter 8:14. Swoosh, 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 the crossbows tore through the gale and shot into the bodies of the soldiers and the warhorses. Blood splattered on the white snow like red plum blossoms. It was unknown how many times they had tried to break out of the encirclement, but it was all in vain. The entrance of the Wild Donkey Valley was already piled up with a thick layer of corpses. The devils didn't even dare to drag the corpses of their companions back as they would only become the targets of their opponents. Countless cavalrymen threw away their helmets and armor and retreated. Their faces were pale and they couldn't get out. Crack! Qianfeng stabbed his sword into the snow in a daze. His body was extremely weak. The armor from his right shoulder to his heart was split open by the blade of the sword, leaving a long bloody wound. It was obvious that it was forcefully slashed by someone. The person who could cause such serious injuries to Qianfeng, who had stepped into the godly state, must also be a godly state expert. Moreover, Qianfeng's robe had been burnt to only a few dozen centimeters. That was the masterpiece of the dragon's breath. Marshal, we're trapped. The deputy general dismounted his horse and said, no matter how hard our cavalrymen charge, we can't get out. They have placed many archers at the entrance of the valley. Even if we rush out of this Wild Donkey Valley, I'm afraid that their dragon riders will be waiting for us outside. The arrows of the Zhongnan Iron Cavalry have been used up. We can't resist the dragon riders at all. We will only become a delicious meal for the dragon if we go. It's them. Qianfeng knelt in the snow with a dull look in his eyes. He murmured, they are the ones who killed His Majesty, Jing, and Ning, They are the ones who wiped out the entire Protoss race. A few captaincy looked furious. One by one, they pulled out their swords and said, Marshal, let's go and fight them. At worst, we will die. At least we will not let down the souls of our fallen brothers. Do you know who our opponents are? Qianfeng asked. I know. The deputy general's voice trembled slightly as he said, they are from the celestial pole continent on the other side of the East Sea. They are the Tianji Empire's Dragon Cavalry Regiment and Longji Corps. Judging from their path and direction, they must have passed through the entire icebound pole to arrive here. Marshal, let's fight it out with them. This group of bloodthirsty beasts is even more ruthless and tyrannical than the Qin Empire's army. Let's fight it out and avenge His Majesty and the two princes. No, Qianfeng waved his hand. His lips were a little dry as he said, how many men do we have left? How many warhorses do we have? There are still about 8,000 warriors from the southern plains. Many of their warhorses have been damaged. Once they see the dragon knights, the warhorses will be intimidated. Some of the warhorses will even stop moving. Many of them have been lost. Now, there are only about 3,000 of them. Only 3,000? Qianfeng was at a loss. These 8,000 warriors are the last hope of our celestial race. If we really go all out, the celestial race will disappear from this continent. The deputy general was taken aback. Yes, Marshal. Then, what are your plans? Has the winged army brought any news? Yes, the winged army we sent out was chased by the dragon knights in the sky and suffered heavy losses. However, many winged army members still managed to escape. Someone brought back news. A day ago, a team of 10,000 cavalrymen from the Longdan army camp entered Zhongnan City. However, they were too far away, so we couldn't see if Lin Muyu and Wei Chou had come in person. Only 10,000. Qianfeng leaned against the short pine tree behind him and exhaled a breath of hot air. He said, Lin Muyu has come. Otherwise, with Wei Chou's nature, he wouldn't have only sent 10,000 soldiers. Moreover, he wouldn't have come so quickly. As he said this, Qianfeng's eyes actually became a little livelier. The deputy general was stunned. So what if Lin Muyu has come? He is still our mortal enemy. Does the marshal expect Lin Muyu to lend a helping hand and save the last army of our celestial race? No. I won't place my hopes on him. Qian Feng grabbed the blade and his eyes suddenly became determined. He said, gather all the remaining winged army warriors and magic crystal detonators. Once the Long Ji army enters the wild donkey valley, immediately launch a self-detonation attack from both sides. Even if we die, we must let the beasts of the Tianji Empire know that the celestial race won't yield. Yes. At dusk, the flags of the Long Ji army and the Tianji Empire fluttered in the wind outside the wild donkey valley. The dragon knights were flying in the air, controlling all the air dominance and also making the demon race unable to move a step. On a slope, the snow was covered with dense horse hoof prints. More than a dozen people dressed in the armor of senior officers were standing on horses on the slope. Among them, a general with a slender chin and a long beard was wearing 5 gold stars on his chest. In the Tianji Empire, 5 gold stars represented supreme power. Apart from the emperor and the marshal, only commander-level officers and nobles could wear 5 gold stars. Needless to say, this person was the commander of the Long Ji Corps, Fang Lan. Behind Fang Lan, 3 deputy commanders wearing 4 gold stars looked coldly at the wild donkey valley in the distance. In the air, a mighty and steady dragon knight was sitting on the back of a dragon. It was none other than the dragon knight Su Chuan. No one knew that Su Chuan had actually come to the Shattered Cauldron world. They are already cornered beasts. Fang Lan held the iron spear and said with a smile, the legendary demon race that almost destroyed the Qin Empire seems to be nothing more than this. Humph. Lord Su Chuan, when do you think is the best time for us to attack? Su Chuan stroked his beard and said, Commander Fang Lan is the commander of this army. Everything is up to you. All right. Fang Lan's eyes were filled with a fierce light as he said, attack immediately when it gets dark. Send out 5,000 troops on the ground. The dragon knights will cover in the air and guard against their surprise attacks from the sky. Yes. At this moment, a rider flew over to report. The warhorse was so fast that the horse's hooves slid a few meters on the snowy ground before it came to a dangerous stop. The scout got off the horse and knelt on one knee. Lord Commander, Zhongnan City has already sent out their troops. The Longdan army camp has sent out about 20,000 people, and they are all cavalry. They set off 4 hours ago, and they are probably less than 2 hours away from here. Longdan army camp? Fang Lan couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. We are actually going to clash with the #1 army of the Shattered Cauldron world so soon. 2 hours is enough. After we eliminate the demon race, we will immediately turn around and welcome the Longdan army camp. Oh right, have you found out who is leading them? Their flag only has the word Wei and no Lin. It should be Duke Wei Cho who is leading them personally. Wei Cho? Fang Lan laughed heartily. Even a clown like Wei Cho is praised as a famous general in the Shattered Cauldron world. Good, good. This time, I will let them see the fall of a famous general. Sound the drums immediately. It's getting dark. Launch the attack on the wild donkey valley. Yes. The war drums thundered, and the war was about to begin. When the densely packed beast cavalry of the Long Ji army stepped on the corpses of the demon race and entered the wild donkey valley, it also meant that the war was about to end. Roar roar. The mounts of the tiger leopard cavalry let out sky-piercing roars. The ferocious tigers seemed to be very hungry. One of the mounts opened its mouth and bit off the head of a Zhongnan iron cavalryman's corpse. Then, it took a big bite. The white juice mixed with the blood, and the crunching sounds made people's hearts tremble. Since that's the case, then let's attack after we're full. A tiger leopard cavalry leader laughed heartily. The rest of the tiger leopard cavalry followed suit. The ferocious tigers began to devour the corpses of the Zhongnan iron cavalrymen on the spot. The speed at which they ate was very fast. 3 to 5 tiger leopard cavalry surrounded a corpse, and in just 3 to 5 minutes, there were only white bones left. It was a ghastly sight. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of corpses had been devoured at the entrance of the valley. It was incomparably cruel. All right, attack. In the air, Su Chuan held the dragon's spear in his hand and seemed to be a little impatient. Yes. The tiger leopard cavalry was known as the king of the beast cavalry of the Tianji Empire. However, in front of the dragon cavalry, they were just a group of lackeys on the ground. Therefore, the tiger leopard cavalry was naturally very respectful to Su Chuan, a dragon cavalry general. One after another, they lifted the heads of the tiger leopard cavalry and advanced in a straight line. The air was filled with the sound of the flapping wings of the giant dragons. Every dragon cavalry used their wings to protect the tiger leopard cavalry below them. Even with such a huge disparity in strength, the Longji army still maintained a perfect battle formation. It was clear that they were well trained. Rustle, 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 the sharp claws of the tiger leopard cavalry stepped on the snow, making a rustling sound. Other than that, there was only the rustling of the cold night wind. However, Su Chuan frowned and said, "Something doesn't seem right." "What's wrong, Lord Su Chuan?" asked a commander in the tiger leopard cavalry. "I don't know. Tell everyone to be careful." "Yes." At this moment, the dark wild donkey valley was filled with noises. One by one, torches lit up. It was the last few thousand southern iron cavalry. Su Chuan took a deep breath and said, "They're here." However, Su Chuan was wrong. Qianfeng's intelligence was not below his. He thought too simply of Qianfeng. Swoosh, 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 in the air, figures flew down. It was the winged army. Each of them held a magic crystal in their hands. At the same time, there was a flashing detonator. It was a suicide attack. This was a tactic that Qianfeng had no choice but to use. Be careful. Su Chuan seemed to be able to predict the power contained in these magic crystals. He shouted, "All dragon cavalry, activate the dragon imperial spin. Now!" In the air, the roars of the giant dragons joined together. The power of the giant dragons merged with the power of the dragon cavalry, forming an azure-blue dragon imperial spin. The dragon imperial spin was like a giant whirlpool barrier, protecting the dragon cavalry and the tiger leopard cavalry. Bang, 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 mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Purple lightning instantly lit up the world. The suicidal magic crystal detonation tactic had been completed. The lives of nearly 500 winged army members disappeared in an instant. They turned into roaring purple flames. The power of the magic crystals was so strong that it formed an insurmountable curtain in the air. Did we succeed? Qianfeng's eyes widened. Sweat dripped from his forehead. The smoke and clouds dispersed. Roar, 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 dragon roars resounded, and Qianfeng's mood instantly fell to the bottom. He had failed. The dragon imperial spin was not afraid of the magic crystals.